Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, October 17th. We're starting late today. I'm mostly blaming this on my body's refusal to accept that daylight savings time is a thing, which I have good on it for that, because clearly this is the case. In fact, that's one of the major arguments against daylight savings time, is that animals and plants, and really human bodies too, we don't believe in it. It doesn't really exist. So the idea that you can magically change when somebody wants to wake up and when somebody wants to go to sleep just by legislation is ridiculous. So the Hollows ended here. During the special event, you can pick 2 classes in an arena and draft classes cards from both. We get a free arena entry, and we get this free golden Witch's Cauldron card, which is fine. Also, you could get 20 Witchwood packs and a new Paladin hero, or if you want to pay money. And you get this side thing. Background is different. Okay, so what do we want to re-roll? We have Warlock and Druid. So if I roll this out, win 2 games with any class. If I go over to the Tavern Brawl, we gotta do this first. It'll catch on in a flash, take control of one of Witchwood's powerful monsters and misfits. Let's see who rules Witchwood. So I don't really get a pick here. I started last stream saying my fans are too nice and they don't complain about when they didn't complain about in the stream before last stream about how the web peak was broken. And again, the web peak was broken in that stream too. In this instance, what had happened, and this was just a oversight that pretty much anybody could make, I would say. I had duplicated in OBS the entirety of the settings, the scenes, for E3, because streaming Hearthstone and doing E3 are pretty much the same thing, or at least they were last year. And when I duplicated E3, it was with some old settings, one of which was to have the web peak only show for a second and then go back to Hearthstone, and that's what it was doing. Basically, I had selected the wrong profile, and so we were streaming on the E3 profile yesterday. Now I have it fixed, basically by how do I explain it? It's fixed because I moved the profile down to the bottom, and that way when I switch profiles, that won't be an issue anymore. Hopefully. At least. So am I gonna get 3 of these, or am I gonna get job's done. Or am I gonna get 4 of these? Probably I'm only gonna get 3. We have a lot of news today. I think what we might do too is keep some of the news just for Friday, to like, because we're already starting late, and I don't know, maybe I'll go late into the night. I might as well. Let's see. play that in there. Right now my Chrome browser is in a weird position because I'm going and recording the end of the year cleanup, going through the entire wish list and saying, hey, this is a game this is a game that should stay on the wish list, or this is a game that should be leaving the wish list. For the most part, most of the games that have been on the wish list are staying on the wish list. The only ones that have a chance of leaving are things that have come out like in 2017 or earlier, and they just never got any reviews, or the reviews they do have are mixed, or like there's a lot of older games that at one point I may have added to the wish list that maybe don't have that much relevancy anymore, or never did.
What? They fell off a truck.
Just keep on playing. However, in the process of going through all the A's, like just doing every game on the wish list that started with the letter A, it took like 4 hours, and I opened so many pages that Steam itself was at some point just saying access denied, and then I had to reload the page because I was accessing so many of Steam's pages at the same time that they were doing basically a denial of service protection against themselves. Just burn a couple of cards. Let's see if I can do this.
Wanna blow something up?
I'm trying to hit this one thing and kill considerably less. Ah, that sucked.
A demo.
That sucked terribly. So, also having all of those Steam pages open while going through it took so long. I took like 3 breaks in between it, and I'm gonna have to do that, certainly. These videos at the end of the year are gonna be really long too, so I don't know, like, if you compare that to, say, the end of the year podcast that Giant Bomb does, or I'm sure some other people do similar things, but particularly Giant Bomb is well known for basically the entire week of the entire final week of December. They put out these 5-hour long discussions in podcast form, and so I'm one-upping them with my end of the year wish list cleanup, because I'm talking about games for 5 hours or 4 hours every single day, and I don't know if this content inherently is going to ever be a type of content that like, I'm never sure that it would be a content that people would want to go back and watch a second time, or watch at a different time. But it is something I needed to do anyway, so this is still a very good decision to do an end of the year cleanup. There's no question in my mind that like maybe I should just give up and stop now. I'm just gonna have to persevere, and I may be recording end of the year videos well towards the end of November. Let's see. Discover a spell and cast it with a random thing. Alright, let's try this. Let's see, deal. Some copies of all the demons I control, do I? Oh, control any demons? No. There we go. Let's see. Destroy a minion, restore 3 health to your hero. We'll take that too. Man, I'm moving kind of slow today. And I was burning out my voice too, so I kind of need to rest my voice in a weird way. Let's start going through the news, and hopefully the web peak should work now. Let's see, so we have, I'm gonna go ahead and zoom this up a little bit more. We have The Moment We Met, which is a visual novel. Looks like good animation, so I'd suspect it's, wow, I'm surprised, it's actually English and Simplified Chinese. It's $1.19 right now. That's not too bad. That being said, as I'm going through the wish list, most visual novels are getting removed as an option, particularly if they don't have full English audio. That's just something that's going to happen more and more. So yeah, that's something to take from that, is that I need to rethink even putting visual novels in the wish list. And I think for the most part I haven't been putting them in the wish list anyways. I've just been highlighting them. That is the level of my support as far as visual novel developers, is if it looks good, I'll mention it during these live streams, but I'm not really going to have them go into the wish list, because honestly I'm not really going to play them. The other category that is getting sort of purged from the wish list is hidden object games. Like, that was a thought, certainly, but it didn't really work out, and hidden object games are usually way overpriced. Let's see. So this is the golden one, where I could get 400 dust for this. So let's see, if I disenchant this, I'll get less cards than what I could use, because this is a Witchwood card. I guess I'll just hold on to this for now. I guess we'll just hold on to it for now, but I probably will dust that later. So we're gonna play Druid and Warlock. That'll be interesting, and try to get one victory in the arena. And if we get the one victory in the arena, at that point you have an extra ticket. Don't worry about the usual entrance this time. Alright. So I can't pick who I was going to pick in the first place. So let's go with... I wish you could kind of zoom in on these characters. Just Rogue has cat ears, the Hunter has a cowboy hat, and the Paladin... Is he in some kind of superhero outfit? I'm gonna take Hunter, I guess. I guess I could click on this. No, he's in a pirate outfit.
They'll never see it coming.
So Hunter, and then our secondary ability is Hunter, and I can't go back now, so Hunter Warrior with the Warrior ability. So your second choice is probably all your hero ability. Hunter Paladin, Hunter Shaman. I'm gonna go with Shaman. And I don't use that program anymore to tell me which cards to pick. I haven't used that in such a long time that I don't even remember how to use it, to be honest. So I'm just gonna pick some games and play this Arena Brawl. Probably do a terrible job and just move on. That's kind of all I care about. I'll take a big ticket one to start off with. That's probably a dumb move, but whatever. I'll take that guy. Take him, charge Murloc. This is gonna be really random. I pretty much hate playing Arena at this point. It's been a very, very long time since I have played an Arena run, and I don't think too much has changed since then, since the last time I played one. But you really do end up with just a bunch of randomness, and you're basically just picking cards that you think have good value in general on top, like, but they're really cards that have to stand alone on their own. It's not cards that that can play for any kind of synergy. There we go. I'll take that spell and let's see, a beast, and which is better, a hex or I'll take the hex. Take that. Take that. Summon a bat. Deal 2 damage to a random enemy. Other minions have +1 attack. Interesting. This really is just giving you random cards from all the classes too. It's not even limiting you to Hunter or Paladin. Let's see. Take a magnetic mech. Take a lifesteal beast. Remember when the wisps used to be good. Now they kinda don't matter at all. Here we have a taunt lifesteal mech. Take that. And take that. We still have 6 more cards I need to pick. It's kind of crazy. Crazy choices, crazy combos. There we go, that's probably a good one. And let's see. I'll take Volcano just for a board clear. I'm expecting 3 losses and that is it. That's really all I figure this is going to end up being worth. Now, one of the reasons I suppose in retrospect why it took me 4 hours to go through all the A's is that there was a lot of looking at developers and seeing what else they developed and using that information, which then expands it certainly, but it expands the amount of time it takes to look through all the games. It also expanded my wish list quite a bit because there was several games from that developer that I was like, oh, actually that looks interesting, that looks interesting, which that's good because this is really the only point throughout a year that I would have any opportunity to find some kind of hidden gem, if there are any hidden gems on Steam, and say, and add that to the wish list if there's something from like 2016, 2015 or earlier that I simply have missed. moving on, we have a game on Steam that came out called Warriors Orochi 4. This is part of the Warriors series, the hack and slash games where you fight lots of people. It's mostly positive already. The Warriors series is very, very popular. Most of the games are moderately good for what they are. They're kind of a unique gameplay style though, so it is totally reasonable that people might not want to play the Warriors series of games. The Orochi series is more, I think, in line with the Chinese, well, this is Dynasty Warriors and Samurai Warriors series combined, I guess. Let's see, it's 10% off for $53.99. I think this will go on the wish list. Like, there's really no reason for it to not. I'm not sure I'd ever really cover them. Me in particular, like pressing the button over and over again to attack, which is what a Warriors game boils down to. It can be finger blistering, certainly, and it is a little scary, as I have a bit of arthritis in my hands, to try to play a game like that potentially will be painful, actually painful to play, or that might break or wear out a controller just because of how much button mashing goes on in it. That's kind of why I like Hearthstone. Hearthstone is very light on your fingers as far as you have to click one card and drag it, and per action you're not clicking forever and ever. Although, to be fair, most games aren't like that. Most games that I cover, at least. Next we have a game on Steam called Esports Legend, which looks like it's probably a cheap Chinese game. It's already mixed reviews. Let's see, yeah. English and simplified Chinese. So it's not a game. Just from the beginning I can tell this is a esports simulator, esports player simulator game that's just a cheap attempt at making a quick buck. Let's see.
Job's done.
A lot of people are online today because of the new expansion. See, that's interesting because it points out that even people who don't really play Hearthstone on a frequent basis still are managing to get the information of when a new expansion is and hop on if they can get a free arena play, or free cards, or just check out the new things. Of course, one would assume that those type of people that don't play consistently also have a tendency to just play for a shorter bit of time and then never continue playing later. Give up after about a day. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called To Burn in Memory Anniversary Edition. Let's see. What is this? It's suffering from either a text-based adventure with an interesting font and background, which would make it a lot better than most text-based adventures, or it's something else. Oh, by the way, Steam now supports animated GIFs in these pictures. This has to be a text-based adventure, yeah. It's pretty polished, but I would never personally play a text-based adventure. It would just require me to read everything out loud or sit in silence throughout all the game. To Burn in Memory Anniversary Edition is 15% off for $2.54. I think for me, of course, it's not going to make it to the wishlist, so it's up to other people if you are interested in playing a text-based adventure. Alright, Let's attack here. Let's attack here. Let's bring this back here. And then in the turn. Maybe I will burn through the news quickly today. I don't think so, but maybe. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Abalate Early Access. They got the new Early Access tag on it. Looks like it's a simplistic graphics platformer, adventure, hack and slash game. It doesn't look terrible, and it's tagged as free to play. So, while this isn't a game that I think deserves to go on my wish list, it is out there as a free-to-play game. 2D roguelike Metroidvania game for free. Inherently, there is something weird about the idea of a 2D like a free-to-play Metroidvania game, like, because the part of a Metroidvania game that's important is the fact that they've put a lot of effort and a lot of ideas and consideration into where items go, where levels go, like all of that. So you would assume a free-to-play game would not have as much polish as, say, Metroid Prime or Super Metroid, or even the original Metroid, which I don't even think the original Metroid is a particularly good example of a game series that put a lot of thought into the development. I'm just gonna hit this and then do this. And then I'm gonna do this. Next, we have a game on Steam called Chuckle Egg 2017. This looks like a simplistic platformer, collect items. This is an old school game in the sense that you would not have a game made like this. This is sort of like Donkey Kong. This is sort of like, there's another game that I don't remember the name of that came out that was very much like this. Let's see. How much do they want for this game? 10% off for $5.39. That is a really, really high price for such a simplistic game. Now, I wouldn't inherently call this a very low effort game. At best, I'd just call it a low effort game. But it certainly does smack of a misunderstanding of what games are the kind of games that people would want to play in 2018. Which, by the way, this game just came out in 2018, and they're naming it Chuckle Egg 2017, which that certainly is an issue too. I have no idea what I'm doing right now, by the way, on the arena. It's like, seems like I'm just very, very slowly playing this arena run, and my opponent doesn't seem like they care if they win very fast, or they don't seem like, and I don't have anything I can really do. So maybe we're kind of well matched in the fact that we both have pretty bad selections of cards. Maybe that's the case, I don't know. Let's see. Next game we have on Steam is NBA 2K Playgrounds 2. It's already mixed at 56% of 27 user reviews. In going back and looking at games on my wish list, 25 user reviews is kind of the limit. If you have less than that, then it's if a game has less than that and it's positive, I still don't really believe it, because that's too open to review manipulation. this is, I suppose, the same idea, but I wouldn't want to play NBA 2K Playgrounds anyways. It looks like it's a Vita game or a DS game that's just been ported to PC. It doesn't look good. It's $29.99. This is not some weird video game artistic style. It's just bad animation with the heads being too big. Let's see. As an NBA Jam fan, I love the gameplay. There's microtransactions and pay to win in it. That makes it a game I would never play inherently. So yeah, if it has microtransactions in it, 2K sucks these days. I think 2K is owned by EA, and that's part of the problem. But 2K is falling off the wagon. I'm looking at games that they've just recently released. You have NBA 2K Playgrounds 2, WWE 2019, NBA 2K 19, The Golf Club 2019, Army Men 2 came out in 2017. Let's see. I'm gonna just go back and skip some, and WWE 2018 and 2017. What was the last game that people, I think people liked? Sid Meier's Civilization 6 came out in 2016. Mafia 3 came out in 2016. Bioshock 2 Remastered came out in 2016, and Bioshock Remastered came out in 2016. But let's be realistic here. That's remastering is not acceptable. XCOM 2 came out in 2016. I guess people probably like that. Borderlands, the pre-sequel, came out in 2014. So it's been about 4 years since there's been any Borderlands game. Sid Meier's Civilization Beyond Earth came out in 2014. And honestly, if you really want to get down to it, it's like Bioshock Infinite came out on March 25th, 2013. XCOM 1 came out in 2012. Borderlands 2 came out in 2012. The Darkness 2 came out in 2012. Duke Nukem Forever came out in 2011. Like, 2K as a publisher hasn't really been making anything interesting for a very, very long time. And so it gets a little scary when you know that 2K owns the rights to the Borderlands series, and Borderlands 3 has got to come out at some point. Like, do I think they can even handle releasing Borderlands 3 without filling it with microtransactions and making it a garbage game? I think we've hit that point where I'll just lose efficiently. Like I said, I suspect I'll get 3 losses in a row. Let's see. We have Kinley on the chat saying what's up. Hello, Kinley. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Next core Pokemon RPG is likely to support transfers from Pokemon Let's Go, which is to say, if you play the Pokemon Let's Go series, which is a remake of the original games, and you collect what I suspect is only going to be slightly above the original 150 Pokemon that you could collect, all of those theoretically could be transferred to the next next expansion in Pokemon, which probably won't matter much. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in the next Pokemon game that makes it very easy to get those original 150 or so pretty easily anyways. In fact, there's probably so many Pokemon, I don't know what the count is by now, but I would suspect it's probably approaching 600 Pokemon. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a real easy way at the beginning of the game to start with a pretty big collection anyways. I suppose what it really comes down to is how many can you have in your computer, and how many can you actually have on your team, because I imagine that's really where it's going to break down, is that like I think last time I played a Pokemon, you could only have a you can only have like 8 Pokemon actually on your team at one time, so if there were 150 available for rent for free that you could borrow at the beginning of the game, that really doesn't change that much. Everybody, for the most part, is just gonna pick Pikachu or Charmander or one of the original 4 you could pick from.
A stranger will offer you aid.
The other way they could do it is that at the beginning of the game you could just run into a lot of the classic Pokemon very easily and quickly. It's really hard to believe in the gotta catch 'em all concept in Pokemon anymore, because they've constantly added so many. And it always was an issue, is that if you wanted to cheat, you could very easily have somebody with a hack save file that had all the Pokemon and transfer over those Pokemon anyways. There was a tweet out, the Binding of Isaac Rebirth has a new update called Revelations Chapter 2. It's I think it's a new update, although frankly this looks like it's a mod, so maybe it's just like a really good mod that the Binding of Isaac creator retweeted. I guess maybe that is what it is, because this is coming via the Steam Workshop. Right, I want to play this, but that wouldn't work. I want to do this. I guess I have to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Get rid of that in the turn. I for a brief second thought about going and going back and playing the Binding of Isaac, but I was thinking about doing it maybe as part of November. Never gonna finish it in November, but no, I'm still very much in a position where it doesn't make a lot of sense to go back and play old games when I have so many new games to cover. There is a small chance that if the video game industry does decide to try and unionize, that we could see several months to years of slowdowns of production of games. Like, if it's straight up all video game developers decide to strike,
Your magic shall not
and
save
they refuse to work and make any games at all, that however long that goes could delay the release of games. And we've had a lot of games developed and released this year. Inherently, I think that is part of the reason why the video game developers need to unionize, is that there's just a lot of a lot of games that could have been delayed, a lot of games that could have been separated out. This is inherently part of the problem of video game companies being owned by investors that just want to see their bottom dollar increased. And they want to see the fiscal quarters go up and up and up. Like, if all video game companies were private and they were all well funded, it wouldn't be anywhere as big a deal to delay a game and have no crunch or less crunch. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article called Open Forum number 317, open off-topic discussion. So they've started this new forum thing. Gamatsu is an interesting choice because Gamatsu is one of the more Japanese-focused video game news sites that tends not to have an annoying, to me at least, bias or agenda built into what they talk about. The only real agenda they have is to promote Japanese video games and video games in general. The guidelines are no nudity, not for safe content needs to be posted with a spoiler tag, no trolling, spamming the exact same post over and over again. Now here's the question. Is they're saying this is a forum, but really all it is a news post with the comments at the bottom open, which the comments on Gamatsu generally are open anyways. And then there really is just a ton of comments there. This is hardly a forum though. Like, or it's not what I would call a forum. Okay, if I play this back, can I play this again? Not in this turn. Alright, let's do this.
Amazing.
Drink with me, friend.
Job done.
That was an interesting move right there because I had already started the rope burning and then I played the character that reduced the time to turn and it didn't really change anything. I'm about to lose again. Yeah. So that certainly is weird. I guess if you're running a news video game website and you're having a lot of people comment off topic on other posts you make, perhaps this is a thought. I don't know if you're inherently going to call it a good thought, but it is perhaps a thought to say,
Challenge accepted.
hey, let's just give them an off-topic place to talk for what is really a brief time, because it's hardly going to be an instance of the off-topic forum number 317 being a place you can find and continue to post. Maybe they do actually have forums somewhere deep in their website and I've just never seen them. But it seems like a temporary solution if you're having people post off topic on your news posts. And as I said, I figured this would just be 3 losses. Poor Tragic Master is just spectating I assume trying to see if I'll win with a watch and win, and the odds are very low. Next we have on Steam a game called Hiding Spot that looks like a very low effort game. Very possible all of these are asset flips. Even if they aren't, it doesn't really mean much. Seems like you're in an incredibly limited area doing an incredibly limited actions. I want $1.99 for it. It's like, no, I don't think so. Like, I think the idea is kind of a funny one, making a game where you're just trying to hide yourself. One assumes either from school or work, but yeah, that's really not a game. It really isn't. That's a funny little mini game that you'd put in something else, and not a standalone product that you would try to sell. And that's not an attitude really that's any different than anything else. Like, if you went to see a movie and it was only 5 minutes long, people would say, hey, that's not a movie, that's at best a short scene. If you want to listen to a song and a song was only 1 sentence long and it took 5 seconds to sing it, people would say, hey, that's not a song, that's a sentence, that's a line. So all form of entertainments have a acceptable range of length, and in video games the range is actually extremely large, because you can make a video game that's only about an hour and people would be okay with it if it's really good, and you can make a video game that is 500 plus hours long and people would be okay with it, a la something like World of Warcraft. But yeah, there are some levels of quality we have to hold these games to. Next game we have on Steam is the DLC for Cultist Simulator, the Dancer. Cultist Simulator is this slightly interesting, I think, deck building card game RPG thing. It always is a little disappointing. You see this interesting thumbnail and then you look at the actual game and it's really just playing a card game and reading a lot of text. I'm pretty sure Cultist Simulator is on my wish list, so I'll put this on my wish list too, just to make sure I get all the DLC. But it certainly isn't a high priority game. Okay, I need to hit this.
Melt away.
Hit that.
Job's done.
And then the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Washed Up. This is, I believe, a interesting sideways Tetris game. From both sides, interesting. So they've taken the idea of Tetris, they've added a beachfront and crabs moving the pieces around. You're trying to make squares, I think, more than straight lines. It seems like there might be time modifiers too. Hey, that as a concept of a game, it seems to make some sense. Play this. Play this. Gotta play this. And I'm gonna kill that. Let's see, Washed Up is selling for 20% off for $9.99, which, to be fair, is a expensive amount to ask. And it is the first game from this developer. But I think I'm going to put it on the wish list. Now, what I need to be careful about is I never need to really consider the idea of, well, I should have more games with the letter Z in the name, so at the end of the year reviews of, well, looks at games, then that way I can balance the length of those videos. Like, that's not a valid way to decide whether or not I want to play a game. The game needs to look good to make it to the wish list, not just have a slightly unique name. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article, Sakuna of Rise and Ruin gameplay, Hagoromo gameplay. I'm still a little confused about Sakuna of Rise and Ruin. It's this, I think, hack and slash game that also happens to be a kind of farming simulator game. So I'm watching this character run around in a 3D environment. And that's pretty much it. It looks like a little girl who might be a magical creature of some sort. And she has these magical ribbons on her kimono that she can shoot out. Or a magical ribbon that she can shoot out. Yeah, only like the last 20 seconds of this 2-minute video actually shows her in the fighting mechanic, doing a lot of spin attacks and fighting. Okay, I'm still not 100% sold on Sakuna of Rise and Ruin, but it's an interesting name, if to say the least. Alright, I'm gonna play this, this, hit this. Next game we have on Steam is called God's Basement, which seems to be a dark walking simulator. Must be really dark because this video is pitch black. Pretty sure it's playing right now. And this probably is just an asset flip walking simulator. Graphics, of course, have gotten really, really good on asset flip games. So, yeah. I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident about having videos play on YouTube. They tend not to get content ID'd, although to talk about content ID for a second, YouTube, in its infinite stupidity, let's see, this game is 10% off for $13.49. I don't think so. Even if it is 91%.
I wonder.
You know what? I'll keep an eye on this. I'll be generous and put this on the wish list. YouTube has decided to go through all the videos again and cause them to get content ID'd again. Basically, I assume this is because the people who claim to own the copyrights have upped their licenses or sold the licenses to another company. But I mean, it's really, really unfair to put a video on YouTube, get it content ID'd, claim fair use, have that company say, yes, you're right, that is fair use, and then they can just come back in 6 months to a year and claim the copyright automatically again.
Speak your piece.
Now, since I'm not making any money on YouTube, I'm not even really fighting a lot of these content IDs if it's just somebody stealing money from me that I wouldn't make any other ways. That will change at some point in the future, but there are definitely some companies out there that are straight up trying to block the videos,
Not a valid target.
and that means people can't see them, and that's not acceptable to me.
Job done.
Let's see. Well, that's an interesting move. So yeah, YouTube sucks. We all got a little taste of YouTube sucking, as it was totally down yesterday, and that was a slight issue. Like, it definitely disturbed what I had planned on doing because I am on YouTube way too often. Let's see. We get a card pack, and we get 30 gold, and that is it for my arena run. Yeah. Not super surprising that that's where it really just came down to. And hey, I got a legendary, so that's nice.
Legendary.
After your opponent plays a minion, become a copy of it. I'm not sure I'd ever want to play that card. That seems like that's a pretty useless card. 4 of those were dusted. Anyways. And it's not like I even particularly have a lot of the Witchwood. If I type in the key phrase missing, sorry, I turned my head, and we look at the Witchwood cards, of the expansion it had, I would guess roughly 130 cards. I'm missing about 4 in every class, and about what is that, 13 in the neutral. So yeah, there's 4 in every class. 4 times 9 would be 38 or 36. Yeah, 36 plus another 15 would be 53 out of roughly 130. So yeah, if I was to craft this epic card, it's kind of nice that they gave you a golden epic card instead of like a golden common card, although they certainly didn't give you a golden legendary. And so now that leaves me with playing Warlock class cards and Druid class cards. Let's come over to this token Druid rank 19 and start playing for real. This will be the last game for this recording. Gamma Sutra has an article, the National Video Game Museum to open in Sheffield this November. Let's see. This is the National Video Game Museum, the only prominent games museum in the UK, will open its doors in Sheffield November 24th. Now this is weird because this is the National Video Game Museum in the UK is, I think, also the exact same name as the National Video Game Museum that is, I believe, in Frisco, Texas in the United States. I guess inherently having the word national in your name does open yourself up to that problem in a more global world. The National Video Game Museum was previously known as the National Video Game Arcade and based in Nottingham. The attraction was rebranded and relocated to introduce video game culture to the hundreds of thousands of new video visitors. I I guess what you should take from this is that they should rename themselves.
For no one.
Like both of them is, or it should be like the National Video Game Museum in the UK should be. Well, when you get into real museums, it's like the Louvre. The museums have their own name. They don't have a generic description. So it should be the Sheffield Video Game Museum, Museum of Video Games, or Video Game Museum, or the Sheffield National Video Game Museum. It's going to be a problem in a few years as more and more of these open up and start happening. And of course all these video game museums are basically run by people who have been playing video games all their life and have some real love for them, one would hope. Otherwise it would be very, very odd.
We will devour this world.
Gamer Citra has another article. GitHub launches a beta of GitHub Actions, a workflow automating tool. This really isn't probably too much to do with video games, other than it might possibly help the development of video games. Actions give devs the ability to automate certain parts of the workflow to build, package, release, update, and deploy a project without manually running the code itself. Which I think basically then, if I'm understanding that right, that means they are automating processes that would just be happening on some Linux virtual machine in the background on GitHub. That it certainly might speed up a few things. I don't think it speeds up a lot of things, though. When I first saw it, I thought it was going to automate some interactions with other people, and I was like, yeah, that probably won't work too well. But I was not thinking of GitHub, I was thinking of Stack Overflow, which is a website that's based around asking and potentially receiving answers to IT questions. And I could see how automating that
minion a turn to get
would
ready.
cause problems. Next we have a game on Steam called the Momo game, which I'm pretty sure I've already seen this game tried to be put on Steam, and so I'm suspecting what happened here is this developer got kicked off of Steam for being a troll, and now they're coming back and trying to troll some more. If that's not the case, my apologies. It could be that this Momo is some kind of creepypasta thing that's going around the internet, and somebody made a Unity asset that makes this make sense to make a game like this. This looks pretty much like it could easily be an asset flip game, although it does actually have a little bit more polish to it. I think this does fall under the troll category though. Like, also you have this for $1.31, and it's in a bundle called Grandpa, with a game called Grandpa, Daddy, and Bunny. Yeah, this feels like a troll developer. Let's see. Yeah.
What?
So yeah, this one, I think I can pretty easily decide to not add to my wish list, and I don't think I'm going to miss anything.
Time waits for no one.
Alright, let's do this.
What a fall.
wild.
Almost ran out of time there. Next we have a game on Steam called Titanic Shipwreck Exploration. It seems like this is probably a simulation of the Titanic shipwreck. Although it's so dark, it's hard to tell if there's real pictures or animation or not. We did, a few years ago, somebody did find where the Titanic was on the seabed and took a bunch of pictures. Clearly this is animated. But I'm not sure if they got a level of technology in there to do 3D pictures of everything, and it was seemingly too expensive and not really worth the time to try and salvage everything from the Titanic. This game is $19.99 and apparently doesn't require VR or even include VR, which is crazy because it's made from a company called Immersive VR Education. So that is weird. There's a Titanic bundle that includes this and Titanic VR, which apparently is made by a different company.
For no one.
I guess that is nice though that you can. I need to come over here and play.
What a ball.
Like, I guess it's nice, the idea that you could play the game without VR, particularly if it's trying to be an educational experience. But personally, I could not imagine myself wanting to cover that game, so I'm not going to put it on the wish list. Alright, so it's been an hour, and theoretically I need to only play one more thing, and it should be the Warlock class card, so I should just play that next recording. Although I don't know if I should maybe just jump to the European account already, but I don't know. We'll stay with the main account. Tragic Master is still watching, so I don't know if he walked away from his computer or what. He's seen me win at least one game at this point. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of a break, so I'll be back in about 20 minutes, so apologies for that. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, October 17th, and we have the new Hollow's End expansion, which gave us an arena run and a tavern brawl, so we're a little bit further behind. We need to play some Warlock cards, and then I could potentially save this for Friday. So let's hop in here and start working on the Warlock, I suppose. Now, with Hollow's End coming into the picture, it only really serves to undercut any progress. Yeah, I guess undercuts it. It doesn't really help it. If I just wanted to play ranked and try to get up to rank 17, which would be a reasonable goal. Like, we're on rank 19 right now. It's slightly reasonable in the next 15 days if I really focused to get to rank 17. Well, having me do extra special tavern brawls that might take longer, and having me do an arena run, which definitely took nearly the entirety of an hour episode, just takes away from that time. Although, I mean, what are you gonna do? Have no new content for Hearthstone ever and then lose more people because of that? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Let's see. But also, as we're talking about content, we're kind of running moderately low on news. Not a lot happened between Monday and Wednesday. Not things I saw, at least. So now that's a little bit bumped up, and I could discard a random card, but I wouldn't want to, so I'm just gonna play this and then kill this quickly because Sorcerer's Apprentice is such a nightmare. Game of Sutra has an article. Let's get into the news quickly. Epic sues YouTubers for using and selling Fortnite cheats. Epic Games has filed a lawsuit against two YouTubers accusing the pair of copyright infringement and breach of contract for both using and promoting the use of Fortnite cheats. This isn't the first time Epic has taken Fortnite players to court over cheating accusations. The developer notably sued two individuals last year over using and distributing cheats for their games, though it was later discovered that one defendant was a minor. I think even in the case of the minor, they still continue to try to sue them. So it kind of seems like what Epic has decided to do is every year sue at least a couple of cheaters on Fortnite to make it seem like it's at least a little bit dangerous to cheat. Now, to be fair, these are YouTubers, streamers who are theoretically at least ambitious to make money by streaming Fortnite. I've heard some disapproval of the Fortnite streamers from YouTube employees themselves, so I wouldn't be surprised if we got to a point where Fortnite streamers were just not allowed on, specifically Fortnite streamers were not welcome or allowed on YouTube. But yeah, there's Epic is being very, very litigious here. Let's see. Let's see. The bulk of the accusations and the legal complaint spotted by Torrent Freak look to be leveled against Brandon Lucas, the owner of the YouTube channel Golden Mods. Lucas's channel has over 1.7 million subscribers at the time of the complaint, and according to Epic's lawsuits, hosts videos that both show off Fortnite cheats in action and directs viewers towards a site owned by Lucas that sells access to Fortnite cheats. These cheats, specifically aimbots, are sold for $54.99 for 30 days access or $299 for a lifetime use. So yeah, that's definitely no small time operation going on there. that is big time
Job's done.
money if those accusations are believed. Let's see. The Epic also lists Colton Contour in the lawsuit, claiming that Contour routinely shares similar videos under the username Eccentrics to his 7,000 subscribers. So here you have one person with 1.7 million subscribers and one with 7,000 subscribers. Poor old Rydo over here barely has a couple hundred. Like, he's struggling to get to 300 subscribers. And the algorithm just hates me. Yeah, so big time YouTubers getting sued. If they do 2 a year, it'll be a long time before anybody that didn't seem like they deserved it was even implicated. And you do have to calculate for whether or not in a couple of years Fortnite will even be relevant, as we have so many copycats. I'm supposed to be playing Warlock cards right now, but I also want to win, so I'm not going to dismiss like the opportunity to win. Kimasutra has a different article. Get a job. Experience is looking for an Unreal 4 environment artist. This would be EXPERIUS. The job is in Culver City, California. An environment artist in general is the person that I'd assume makes buildings and worldwide. Let's see. You will be responsible for Unreal 4 environments with photometric assets, modeling and texturing, shaders and lighting, taking full ownership of the area. So there probably, in most companies, if I was to guess, is a slight difference between an environmental, what are they calling it, environment artist and a level designer, because while an environment artist is making the unimportant content, to put it roughly, they're making the forest and the trees and everything like that. I imagine a level designer who has more experience with making video game levels and how those should play out and how those should feel natural is going to come into play and take an environment and change it. I imagine, while this probably isn't exactly how it works, an environment artist would make a full building or a full city where you could access and walk from point A to point B in a very simplistic and easy manner. Something that would be like the real world. Like, we have lots of roads, most of the roads intersect, and there is a way to actually get from any point to another point. And then I imagine what a level designer does is they say, oh, we can't have it easy to get there. We have to get them to go from the left side of the map to the right side of the map, from the bottom side of the map to the top side of the map, and we have to get them to go through this cave, and we have to get them to go over this lake. And so I imagine a level designer then comes in and says, hey, let's have one of your trees fall over and block this path, or let's have one of these walls cave in so you can't walk, the player can't walk there. That would be my speculation with very little information. Tragic Master's on the chat saying good game. He must have had a watch and learn that didn't work for some reason. Let's see. Do we have anything we can do here? Yes. Next we have a game on Steam called Tasty Planet Forever, which seems like it's dangerously close to a MS Paint graphics. It's an ag.io style game that it definitely has more visual aspects than that game, so they've kind of taken the idea and went with it. But they are really late to the party to make an ag.io game. 10% off for $8.99 is way too much for this game, though. And frankly, this game would get boring rather quickly. Even with all the variety here, I don't know how you change from one scene to another scene. I bet you have to pick one area, and that is all you can do. And let's see, this developer has made another game called Tasty Planet Back for Seconds and Tasty Blue and Tasty Planet Forever. So this is an instance of basically the same game being sold over and over, or at least the same concept of a game being sold over and over again, which Steam tends to not like that. Depending on how you go about it, you can get away with it a lot of times, but if it really is drastically close to the same game every time, that becomes a problem. Game Sutra has an article. Bandai Namco has agreed to be the European distributor for Cyberpunk 2077. So we know Warner Brothers will be selling it in North America, and now Bandai Namco will be selling it in Europe. So CD Projekt Red, or is it just called CD Projekt now, apparently is not a publisher, and they have no interest in being a publisher, and also they kind of have lost interest in their company Good Old Games from being the publisher too, at least for physical releases. Let's see, like again, this is just the same thing. Bandai Namco also was the distributor for Witcher 2 and Witcher 3 on European soil. So they're doing the same contracts, and they're not really changing anything. There's just something kind of weird about that, though. Like, I would have thought the Good Old Games would have been the publisher, and Good Old Games would have tried to expand into publishing physical copies. When I got my copy of The Witcher 3, it came for free through Good Old Games because I purchased an NVIDIA graphics card, and that caused a bit of a problem, and it is definitely part of the reason why I never went back and played any of the DLC for The Witcher 3, which is, I mean, I'm not sure I'm really too alone on that either. I wouldn't be surprised if a significant amount of people never went back and finished the DLC on The Witcher 3. Even people like me who really liked the main story. The main story too kind of has this finality to it, so it really has some finality. It wraps up all of Geralt of Rivia's story, so it's hard to think, oh, I'm gonna go back in time and do these stories that can't possibly really matter that much. It's weird that The Witcher 3 even has DLC. It's really a game that shouldn't. GameIndustry.biz has an article, leaving AAA to make games for your mum in the name of your cat. Former Creative Assembly technical artist Jody Azhar introduces her new studio's Teazel Cat, Teazel Cat games. So that's a weirdly named company. Do I want to discard this card? No. It's odd that a technical artist would go into the business for themselves, because, you know, while a technical artist can do a lot of things, they don't really, in the name there's no implication that they can program. Let's see. T-Zellcat will focus on making narrative games for PC and console because that's what I'm familiar with. So this almost feels like what happened is this person left their job or was asked to leave their job, and decided to make their own company instead of doing probably what they should have done, which was just find other employment elsewhere.
Time's up. Let's do this.
There's a quote here. I'm very much anti-crunch, and even in the 10 years I've been working, I've done about 12 days of overtime. You can entirely make video games without these bad habits. It just takes planning. I kind of agree with that too. Like, the idea that video games require massive amounts of overtime implies that some jobs in general just require massive amounts of overtime, and that's just not the case at all. It's just good planning, hiring the right number of people, and not asking for everything to be done in unrealistic amounts of time. Alright, this is gonna work. I'm gonna play this. This. And then that's gonna make this free. And that's gonna make this free. Heck, and while I'm at it, I can do this too.
Smart move. I can
Let's see. Win streak bonus, that is nice. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just by the title of the person and what they did before, technical artist, I just don't think you're the person to be the leader of a new company. Far too often I've seen developers, people with ideas for games, but not the actual skill to lead a team to make it finished or to make the game themselves. I'm gonna leave this daily quest for Friday and move over to the European account. Yeah, there's just been too many instances of this. I guess I do have to applaud Jody Azar for not immediately jumping on the Kickstarter bandwagon, which I think Kickstarter people have finally figured out that was always pretty much a scam.
Find a seat if you can.
Because that's kind of where this feels, is that this probably is, as soon as they have an idea for a game, they'll try to get it crowd-funded. Alright, so I have a challenge a friend. Here's the Headless Horseman yelling at me, and he won't go away by clicking. I have a challenge a friend. I have a 60 and a 100. It would be ridiculous to reroll any of these. So what we'll do is we have to jump in the Tavern Brawl and try to play Mage class cards, I guess. GameIndustry.biz has a different article. Let's see, Tragic Master says, good game win streak. Of course, I broke the win streak there, so when I get next time on Friday when I start playing, I'll probably lose and ruin the win streak. Yeah. Discord store enters global open beta. So as Discord is shifting drastically from what it originally was supposed to be into something now designed to sell video games, I mean, it really is a bait and switch option. Like, for the people who really were into the idea of Discord being a potential replacement for Twitter or Facebook or something where you could communicate and a replacement for Skype, for it to suddenly become this, oh, we're going to sell you video games thing, that kind of sucks. Maybe there's some ways in which that that will fix itself. Like, maybe it won't be too obtrusive, maybe people will be cool with it, but it feels sleazy. Twitch is kind of the same way as it feels like as soon as Twitch was bought by Amazon.com, it seemed like they started implementing things that would cause it to be a worse service and a greedier service. All I need to do is wait until next turn and I can play all of these cards for free. I guess it's a little early to cast judgment though. Once the Discord store comes out of beta, more people who actually use Discord, so people not like me, will then probably be able to better evaluate it. So this should play for free because I'm immune. This should play for free because I'm immune. This should play for free because I'm immune. And this should play for free. And that'll play for free. That is a nice turn of events. Of course, I need some more work. Need some more cards now. Next we have a game on Steam called Cicadas 3301. Be my guess. This is a low effort MS Paint game. I mean, I don't even know if you really want to call this an asset flip as much as this is somebody attempting to animate things. People need to go through better art appreciation classes before they're allowed to make video games, but I don't know how you could force that. I guess just basic education for everybody is that you should have to go through an art appreciation class, and you should have to realize that something that looks like an MS Paint game is not acceptable. This game is 33% off for $1.33, and I don't see any reason why people would want to play it. I believe I recognize this developer also as a troll developer, troll publisher, or just maybe not so much troll games in the sense that they're trying to troll as much as they're just very low effort games. Alright.
This only works on the simple mind. This only works on the simple-minded.
Game Sutra has an article. Sony has fixed the messaging bug that has been crashing the PS4s. Let's see. They've released a core firmware patch that addresses the issue and prevents the systems from falling victim to a crash loop in the future. I'm a little surprised it took them as long as it did, and it really didn't even take them that long.
Look behind you. Look behind you.
Let's see. I'm trying to keep myself alive for one more turn. Although, it doesn't really seem like it's gonna matter. I'm just gonna lose. I played all those cards and they really didn't matter at all. Because there was really no strategy beyond that. So I have 8 plus 3 would be 11, plus another 2 would be 13. That's not enough to kill this minion. So unless I get something that just randomly kills this card, which nope. What? What? I was about to lose. I guess somebody just felt generous. Somebody felt really, really generous there and just decided to let me win. Okay. I'll take that completely undeserved. In no way should I have won victory, and I'll open a card pack. Let's see. On the European account, there are some epics at least that I'm missing, so there's a decent chance that at least 3 of these cards could be new. Ooh, a golden epic too. I think just for a time-saving mechanism, I'm gonna stop really focusing on getting rid of golden cards for a while. Just so I can maintain some focus on getting other things done. I don't know why my caps lock is on. Also, that is a good question to ask. My caps lock's not even supposed to work. It's supposed to be disabled. So now I have 2 golden cards in the European account. I am a little interested to see on the classic cards what I'm missing. I wish you could just type in miss or MISS and then tab and autocomplete it. Yeah, there's quite the collection of cards still missing, still need to be collected on the European account. 12 pages. There. Alright, moving on, we now need to do the arena run or challenge a friend. Come on. Somebody needs to come. I can't spectate this guy, and he's a super high ranked person, by the way, too. Ranked 221 in the European region. So while I can't do that, I guess we'll just play mage cards. Let's see. Tragic Master said, "Woot, thank you, kind sir." That's definitely right. Alright, so I want mage. So what cards do I want to mix with mage? I'll go with priest. Priest dressed as the devil. And I still don't have any mage cards. Priest with the drawing extra cards. Priest warlock. Sure. Full counterintuitive. Let's see. Lifesteal, death rattle. Lifesteal. Whenever minion takes damage. Change it to 5. I don't think I want to play Murlocs, but I'm going to take this beast. I'll take that one. I'll take Holy Nova. I'll take this taunt minion. take that. 411 imps. 2 damage, lifesteal damage. Probably should take that card for any reason. Take the Divine Shield. Take that. Take that. I seriously doubt the file would ever work. So let's take Hellfire. Deal 2 damage. I'll take one of those. That might come in usefulness. Take that. Take Holy Nova. And we'll take that card. Take that card. I'm gonna take this card, I guess. I really have no idea what I'm doing. Let's see. I'll take this card. And take that one. Kind of just picking random cards. Extra health. Take a taunt. Destroy your opponent's weapon? Sure. I clearly have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just picking random things. We'll take the file. Anyways, we have one more card to pick. I'll take that. Like, again, I'm expecting that I'll get 3 losses and that'll be the end of the arena run. Moving on with the news, GameIndustry.biz has an article. Ubisoft elevates Frederick Duguay, that's D-U-G-U-E-T, to Chief Financial Officers, Duguay, or Dugas, to take over for Alan Martinez upon his retirement at the end of the year. I don't think that's too much of a big deal.
Let the hunt begin.
The light shall bring victory.
Yeah, I don't think that really changes too much, though. As far as just like how we should expect Ubisoft to work and do business. Gonna go ahead and trade out these 3. TechRaptor has an interesting article, and I can confirm this. The thought-to-be-cancelled game Agony Unrated appears on Steam. Now, in my own research, and when I found this, Agony Unrated is listed under a developer that is a different name and a publisher that is a different name, which makes me half suspect that this Agony Unrated has not been officially legally allowed to be listed. It's not Mad Mind Studios. It's under the name of a person. So yeah, and instead it lists the studio's director, Tomaz, T-O-M-A-S-Z, Dukowicz, D-U-T-K-I-E-W-I-C-Z, as both the publisher and developer, which I feel like what has happened here, and we've seen other instances of this, where people at MadMind, probably Tomaz specifically, seem to just do things, and they try to do shady things. Like their whole idea originally was to say that they were going to put Agony Unrated on sale and take all the sales from it and undercut the publisher who had invested money into the development of the game, on top of people on Kickstarter who had invested in the development of the game. So it was this definitely unprofessional, weird thing. In the end, it doesn't matter. I removed Agony from my wish list. Agony is just not a good game. Even in the description, they're saying, please take in mind that this game is an old school game that is not like modern games, which is probably just code for this game sucks, which is basically what everybody has said. Let's see. TechRaptor also goes into talking about how there was also a VR version that has never been received for the game, so there could be a VR version that's coming out too, or instead. So it really boils down to, at this point, we'll have to wait and see if this unrated version does come out. TechRaptor's quick take is, the story surrounding this game is more interesting than the actual thing. It's amazing how resilient the studio is here, especially with how much hell they've gone through in getting the game live. I respect the determination, especially in a team so bent on delivering to their fans. I think that's probably a little bit generous. Inherently, Agony is a game was trying to sell itself on gore, violence, and sex, and trying to make a AAA game from a new developer who was not, frankly, ready to make a AAA game. Had this been their third game out, it may have succeeded, but there's a clear lack of understanding of just what makes a video game good. And that's why, in the end, it's not a very good game. And there were little hints in the trailers that came out before even the game came out, that there actually was some pretty bad gameplay in it, or a lack of gameplay in general. If this game actually does come out on Steam and it's unrated, it really won't be much of a different experience. There was only a small amount of cutscenes near the end that were censored. The vast majority of it is still out there. And then remember, there is a game called Scorn that is supposedly still in development that might be better, but has a very good chance of not being any better, actually. And there is this new game that I just heard about, and I think I have an article about later, called Unholy. So if you're looking for a Dante's Inferno style game where you go to hell and you see grotesque, gory, horrific, and often sexual imagery, there's a couple other options out there. But I kind of question if the subject matter itself isn't always just used as a mask to cover up for the fact that the game isn't that good. Even in movie development, you have instances of that. Like the first Hellraiser movie is notoriously low budget. It's not until you get to something like a novel or a comic book series can you really delve into that imagery and that thought and be within the range of where publishers are willing to fund, because these are controversial topics. Perhaps it was easier several hundred years ago to get commissioned to paint an art, paint something and delve into that style of artistry. Nowadays that really doesn't happen. Oddly, I guess it was the Catholic Church, at least for a time, loved to commission artists to paint the most horrific and vile, gory pictures of depictions of hell, so that they could have a visualization of, like, this is what hell's like, this is why you should be a good Catholic, this is why you should tithe, this is why you should listen to us. Nowadays, that's, I don't think the Catholic Church is commissioning too many pieces of art. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called The Hex, which is an indie mystery game. It doesn't look very good. It looks like MS Paint level graphics again.
Job's done.
So just on the visuals, immediately this looks like a troll game, or at least a very low effort game. They want $9.99. Looking at this thumbnail, it looked kind of good. But as soon as I saw some screenshots, I lost all interest. That was a quick and easy one to look at. There is some weirdness, however, I guess, on the Hex. Like, this developer, I happened to just click on this developer to see what else they had made, and they made the game.
Hallows End, champion.
They made the game
Happy Hallows End.
Pony Island, which was kind of well reviewed, and so I guess I do have to put the Hex on my wish list, even though it looks really bad. I think this might be a joke. I think it might look bad to hide the fact that there's actually more game to this than what there is. So I'll keep an eye on it. It's 100% positive with 22 user reviews. So if you're not familiar with the game Pony Island, there's basically a game that looked like it was basically nothing, and then it turned out that there was more story and more interaction behind it to make it a more interactive experience. I guess it's only a slight spoiler to say it turns out that the Pony Island game you start playing is a game made by the devil trying to drive you crazy or defeat you, and then you're fighting the devil as he's hacking the game and messing with you. Let's see, let's do this. Let's see. Alright, well, this next game is tagged with sexual content, but I think Steam has, for the most part, started to filter things a little bit better, so that even if the game itself has sexual content, the trailers and the videos don't seem like they do. Honestly, I kind of question how this game could have much sexual content, since it seems like the characters, there are no characters on screen, so effectively there's no nudity anyways. But yeah, I feel safe in showing this game. It's called Hang Up. Let's see, players find themselves in a small room with a telephone, switchboard, They must complete the correct cord circuits to connect cards. In doing so, they can listen in on different conversations and uncover the unsettling secrets that make up a larger mystery. So you're in this one room solving mysteries with this phone switching board. This feels like it's a VR game. Yes, it is. And it's a seated VR game idea. I get it. It's free, I guess, so you're also not really having to invest too much. But all you see is your hand. So, yeah, I doubt there's actually any nudity in it. You probably just hear some raunchy conversations.
Join the guild. We have cookies.
Job's done.
There we go. Yeah, if you have VR, Hang Up looks like a game you might be able to enjoy. Still really gets down to the point where a lot of these VR games probably are only 30-minute experiences at most. Even if they take longer to play, you probably could only play them in 30-minute experiences.
I will purify the fallen.
That. And attack there.
Job's done.
Next game we have on Steam is LEGO DC Supervillains, the latest LEGO game. I still would have to definitely recommend playing LEGO games either on an Xbox One or a Switch or a PS5, PS4. Yeah, well, it's still on PS4. Playing it on PC is not great. The reviews right now seem to be pretty good, so who knows, this might be the first LEGO game that actually might run on my computer fine, but I wouldn't bet on it since every single other LEGO game has. Also, you probably have to buy the deluxe edition because there's this season pass and they've gotten into selling DLC to little kids, which is slimy and sleazy. Wanted to see if there was a performance review survey, but there isn't. Is there any negative reviews on this? Clearly this will go on my wish list because at this point I might as well just own all the LEGO games on Steam. I'm only missing 2 or 3 of them. So yeah, that's I'm basically just being stubborn and deciding to hold on to things. Okay.
Die as you lived.
There we go.
The dark path is my destiny.
Next game we have on Steam is called Cat's Puzzle, which is just a cat's puzzle. Let's see, how much do they want for it? 20% off for 79 cents. In the same way that this is a low effort slide puzzle game, I would not put it on the wish list, even though generally speaking, usually when you have a game like this, it is from a developer that's putting stolen anime girls on the puzzles. I guess they're going for the kids market this time. I wouldn't be surprised if this developer actually has done both. Right, 1 damage to everybody. Who would that kill?
Die as you lived.
Let's see, this. And then this. And then that. There we go. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Cryptocurrencies are, quote, on the brink of implosion, says Juniper Research Group, I believe is, yeah. So, research firm sees further falls likely with market cap of blockchain currencies already 75% down within last year. Inherently, cryptocurrencies were always questionable at best, and so I'm not really surprised that people would come out and say they're on the brink of implosion, even if they really aren't. I mean, it's a pretty easy claim to make. Like, I really don't need to read any more of that story. It's not that super long. Like, I kind of question, like, yeah, maybe if I'd gotten into Bitcoin really early, in the same way if I'd gotten into YouTube 5 years earlier, when it was a small time thing, maybe I would have made a ton of profit or a ton of success. But that's just life in general. That's kind of how it always goes, is that there will be opportunities that only a few people gamble on that turn out to pay out really well, whereas most opportunities, the vast majority of them, people gamble on and they turn out very badly. Actually, this should have been the last game, but we're now stuck in a game, so we should play it. Or do I not want to break up a tavern brawl?
Anduin versus Garrosh.
I guess we're on a win streak on a tavern brawl. There's no reason to break that up.
The light shall bring
Let's just
victory.
keep playing. We may just go long and only have 2 recordings today. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Rumors from Elsewhere Demo. It's odd that a demo would show up on Steam. It seems a little bit bad in the UI department. Let's see. It's got like 2 user reviews right now. It's a free game, but the game is a demo, so how much is the real game? Let's look at this developer and see. They don't even have the other game listed under there. So, yeah, you're in a weird position there, certainly. It's like, here's a game that's a demo for some other game that may never come out. Let's see. The full game Rumors of Elsewhere will feature 10 levels and 10 playable characters. So instead of putting your game out as an early access game, you're instead making a demo for a game that you don't have finished. I would have to assume, because if you did have it finished, you would have put it out and made it available for purchase. And as I'm watching the video of it being played, it's not good. It's probably some asset flips. Even if it is all new art, the gameplay mechanics kind of suck. It's a platformer with sword and shield fighting, with a life bar that's always at top, and special attacks that are always on bottom of the screen. So you have a UI both on the top and the bottom of the screen, taking up a significant portion of the view space. So yeah, just generally speaking, not a good looking product. Right, let's draw a card. Let's go ahead and attack with this. Well, I could play the file right now if I wanted to. Next, we have a game on Steam called Color by Numbers Halloween. Still don't feel like Color by Numbers, Paint by Numbers games should be on Steam. These are the kind of games that should be free on cell phones where you could give it to an extremely young kid. And arguably, you should probably have kids do this on actual paper. Some of them get a little fancy and try to do math for the color that you're supposed to put in there to be educational, but that's kind of it. This is also rather expensive, 15% off for $3.39. And there's a whole bundle. There's the dinosaurs and flowers and Halloween. And I imagine by this time next year, this developer will have made half a dozen more. Let's see, next game we have on Steam is called Puppet Blaster, which looks like it's a VR stand in one place shooting games. To be fair, they have used cartoony animation styles against where you're playing as a cowboy guy and shooting at cartoony zombie guys. So that seems slightly more interesting than your standard VR games. Let's see what they really want for this. It's a free game, so if you have VR and you want a free game, this actually doesn't look too bad for free. And he's listing the publisher as self-published, which again, Valve really needs to red flag some of these publisher names. There really should just be a checkbox that says I'm self-publishing, or this is going through Steam Greenlight. So why would it be a case that you could fill out a publisher in the first place when it's just not true? So their inherent system for publishing a game via the Steam Greenlight should disallow you from claiming any kind of publisher. If anything, you would argue that the publisher is Valve themselves, and I don't think Valve wants that. I think I'll put this one on my follow list since it's a VR game, just in case. In case I ever have a VR headset, which I almost certainly will never. Next game we have on Steam is called Crayola Scoot, although that doesn't really look like Crayola's logo, although I haven't seen Crayola's logo probably in decades, so maybe it is. Let's see. Make your mark on a color-powered trick scooter championship. The crazier combos, the more color you splash onto the Scoot Park and Crayola Scoot. Color and change the world. This looks interesting. It's kind of like a Splatoon with a Tony Hawk game combined. It's an interesting concept. It's an interesting idea that Crayola Crayons would try to promote their crayons by making a game like this. This is definitely a game that seems to deserve some follow-up. It's $29.99. That's rather expensive, but I'll put this on the wish list and we'll see if anybody buys it and plays it. Let's see.
Join
Attack.
or die.
And that.
Job's done.
And then return. Let's see, this developer that made this game also made the secondary Assassin's Creed games like Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, Russia, and India, and the Adventure Time The Pirates of Enchiridion. So this is not a big developer, but it is a middle-sized developer. The publisher published a Ben 10 game and Paw Patrol on the Roll games. Interesting, actually. So yeah, this is probably a legitimate game and not just somebody illegally using the name of Crayola without permission. Let's see.
I wonder.
Let's do this.
Join or die.
Let's kill this one. Next game we have on Steam is called Fit In, which is a VR version of Hole in the Wall, which was a TV show. I think it was originally a Japanese game show that got brought over. Maybe it got brought over by MTV. I was thinking maybe Nickelodeon brought it over, but it could be either. It's a slightly interesting idea, I suppose. 25% off for $9.74. It doesn't look particularly good because you're playing as this crash test dummy, and the background is not very detailed, and the rest of the game, like, no texture here, looks great. But it's a slightly interesting idea. I'd just like to see somebody else do it. Inherently, this thumbnail shows the problem though, is this person has their feet up in the air, and that would not be something you could do. This screenshot has somebody jumping in the air also. That's not really something you could do in two different ways. One, you wouldn't want somebody playing a VR game to jump in the air and potentially hurt themselves. And two, there's no sensors for the legs or feet or anything, so how does this game really detect anything? Or is it just, or are you just pressing buttons to change the position of the character? Yeah, the more I think about it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know how this game would work with the level of technology. This works with HTC Vive and Windows Mixed Reality. But I have no idea how it would detect your legs, your knees, your hips, your arms, your head. It should only really be able to detect your hands. That's the only level of technology we have. And we'll just keep going, even though we're going late. Gamatsu has an article, The Quiet Man second playthrough adds sounds and speech. The ending theme, The Quiet Man, is performed by Imogen Heap, whoever that artist is. So if you've forgotten or never heard about what The Quiet Man is, it's a terrible FMV, full motion video game that takes, I think, like 30 minutes to play, and is a character who is totally deaf, so he can't hear sounds at all throughout the game. And I guess the second playthrough fixes that, but that, like, why you would want to play what is a horrible looking game in the first place a second time is beyond me. When I saw the quick, I'd say less than 5 minute demo trailer for The Quiet Man at E3, I found it appallingly bad quality compared to the trailers of other games in between it. Like, it really is set up to a level of very possibly one of the worst games to come out in several years, from what it looks like. Unless they pull a switcheroo and it turns out to be good in some ways. I don't know really how it could be. Even the concept doesn't sound that interesting. A deaf person who seems to just run around fighting people for no reason. Is as much as I've gotten from the story. Moving on, Gamasutra has an article. Crunch isn't required, claims Rockstar co-founder after the 100-hour weeks comment. Like they're trying to they're trying to walk back most of that comment while still not 100% walking back the comment. They're basically saying it was 4 writers, including the person who made the comment, that do 100-hour work weeks, and they did it for like three weeks. But Rockstar had pretty much already should have known to not make such comments, and that there would have been a big backlash. It was moderately obvious. And then what it inherently, I think, shows is a disconnect in thinking for people who are, for say the Rockstar co-founder and the management, what they think are good things, what they think are bad things. I mean, it really is getting to the point where there's just 2 types of human beings. There's a rich manager who thinks getting their employees to work 100-hour work weeks is good and that it should be applauded. And then there is a poor person who has at probably some point worked way more overtime than they would have liked to, and realizes what that does to people's social life and their work-life balance in general, and that it's a bad thing. And you never really know when somebody is saying, like, making claims like 100-hour work weeks are good, or crunch is good, or net neutrality is a bad thing, to quote AT&T and Verizon. Like, you never really know if the people that are saying those things really believe what they're saying, or if they are just straight up pretending like they believe those things so that they can convince other people to believe them. It gets down to sometimes some weird religious like beliefs amongst some of the super pro capitalist beliefs. That the open market will solve all things is a great example of that. It's clearly not the case. Or that the government can't do anything to improve a person's life at all, and thus government regulation or government interference in a corporation is always bad, which is also kind of ridiculous. I got rid of a lot of them. There we go. I don't want to really get into a rant though on this story. The story's really not going anywhere. It's just one of the few talking points that I can cover that's getting over covered by the mainstream video game media that won't totally irritate me, because I think pretty much everybody is in line with this idea that there shouldn't be crunch. Games should be good, and I don't think games are made better in any way by forcing or encouraging people to overwork themselves. If that was the case, then why are there so many AAA games that are getting worse with like microtransactions and just bad gameplay in general? Like, there's a lot of examples of games getting worse, not better, and crunch is getting worse, not better. And why are there so many examples of people who are indie developers who just kind of make the game sort of in their spare time and take a reasonable amount of time to develop it? Like, I really don't mind if it takes 6 years to make video games. That's not going to ruin the industry, because there can easily be a rolling cycle of 6 years of development for everything. So that something will come out. Moving on. Let's see, we have a game on Steam called Beach Pong. Looks kind of like a cell phone game. And yes, it's just Pong. I was kind of thinking maybe it was beer pong on the beach. But no, it's just Pong. To be fair, this is a better looking Pong game than a lot of them, but it actually, you can see the mouse cursor dragging this paddle up and down, and it's moving very unsmoothly, to use a non-word. They want $1.19 for it right now, 40% off. That's not gonna happen. From a developer called Educational Games. Let's see. Taunt. Can I do this? And this. Let's see. This developer who called Educational Games has made a handful of games, and one of them is rated positively and 3 of them are rated mixed, and none of them look like very unique or original concepts. So yeah, that's definitely not one that interests me. Okay, one copy of this.
Join the guild. We have cookies.
This. And that. Next we have a game on Steam called Dungeons and Vampires. It looks like it's a rogue-like and rogue-lite. They need to decide one or the other. Role-playing game. Doesn't look great.
Blood and plunder.
This feels more like a game that would be an adaptation of a real board game, and I don't know if there really was a real board game called Dungeons and Vampires. Looks a little bit like Dungeon Keeper. Yeah, it actually looks quite a bit like Dungeon Keeper. Yeah, this just doesn't look quite that good to make it to a wish list. It's an English and Russian game, so it might be a troll game. It has 46 achievements, so it might be a troll game. It's in a bundle, and so it might be a troll game. It's $2.99. There's a lot of red flags saying that this might be an extremely short, low-effort game from a developer called Angry Gamers.ru. So yeah, I don't see anything there that sells that game to me. Okay. Hit that. Hit that. Hit that. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Former Rockstar and Telltale dev says, quote, "Time for change on crunch culture." Job J. Stoff, I guess maybe that's Job J. J-O-B J. Stauffer, S-T-A-U-F-F-E-R, recalls harsh work culture on GTA 4, cites dozens of other devs with similar experience. So he both worked for Telltale and Rockstar, and both of them.
I'm unstable.
I watched a video talking about the death of Telltale Games as it kind of stands now, which there's still information rolling out. And one of the way that video really put it is they put the creator one of the co-founders, the one who wrote the letter, basically talking about how sad it was that Telltale was shutting down. The story I heard is that that was the guy who was a major contributor to the problems at Telltale, and that they had kicked him out of being in charge, and that was also an issue. I'm gonna hit this guy, and then I'm gonna hit this guy again. I'm gonna draw, and end the turn. So, I mean, it's still not 100% certain how everything went down, and I'm not sure we'll ever get a real story, but that they were definitely putting more of the blame on the former boss than the current boss. Which inherently, I guess Telltale has been, it seems, in more trouble than you would have thought for a lot longer than you would have thought. Financially, and they really weren't making any money on the games they were selling anyways.
Job's done.
Moving on though. Well, I think that'll end this run. And that'll be a good point to end this recording, because we do have enough here. We got one victory, which is one victory more than I thought I would end up getting. Although all that did was give me 35 dust instead of like 30 gold, so not a big change in your rewards for the amount of time it took to play that one extra game. It really probably wasn't worth it. Let's see, we have Miss Mount E, great game, thank you. Let's see. These have a decent chance of being new cards. So we'll see if any of those get dusted. I guess some of them will be. All 5 of them will be. Okay, well, we're building up dust for when the next expansion comes out, which I kind of suspect an expansion will come out in November or December. Like, I don't think we're gonna hit the end of the year and not have an expansion. And we don't have a challenge a friend. Nobody on the European account right now to challenge. So this is where I'm going to end this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, October 17th, and the Halloween event is happening. I need to play some mage cards, or I need to get really lucky and have somebody challenge a friend. So I guess what I could do is just send friend requests to people I play randomly, because this guy is not going to be free at any time. He's ranked 221 legendary, so he's clearly high up there, and he doesn't probably have time for likes of me. Meanwhile, I guess I'll play mage cards. in ranked play. Let's see, freeze mage here. Everybody I play, I'll send a friend request and try to do a challenge a friend. And meanwhile, we'll cover the rest of the news. There's still a decent amount of news, and I actually have to get all these pages closed before I can do work for the other series that I'm recording, which is the end of the year watch list, wish list, Steam wish list cleanup. And I did all of the games that started with the letter A, and it took about 4 hours yesterday and opened so many pages that really needs to be something I focus on and fix. Let's see, I don't need this one, and I kind of don't want to change anything else. The problem with this freeze mage challenge is this is the standard Archmage Antonidas strategy of getting as many of the Sorcerer's Apprentices on screen as possible, and then being able to do a one-turn kill in which you go take the enemy from 30 down to 0. Unfortunately, you have to basically wait till your 9th or 10th turn to play it, because everybody knows this trick and plays against it. So all I'm really doing is trying to slow down the game by freezing people, playing Ice Barrier, and playing other games, other cards like that. We have a game on Steam called Killing Random Dudes Online. That is what I call a low effort named game. Let's see, it is actually multiplayer. Half the time you have games like this and they aren't even multiplayer. This is just like a asset flip of a flying around demo of a game. Let's see, 30% off for $1.39 from a developer called Waikiki Games. This is clearly a troll game. And whether you have Factory Pirates, Kitchen Simulator, all the games they've made are rated negatively. And you would think that Steam would have a system to say, hey, wait a minute, all these games that have gotten rated from 2017 were rated negatively. Maybe we should do a quality evaluation on this developer and see if they're really making anything that should be allowed on the Steam store. Because in all honesty, Killing Random Dudes Online should not be allowed on the Steam store. And it shouldn't have gotten as far enough to the point where I can see that it was listed. Even if this game does get taken down in a couple of days, why did it even get that far? All the games need to go through some kind of filtering before they're allowed on Steam. The same thing happens on YouTube. I'm fairly certain that every single video that's uploaded to YouTube is at least in part looked at before it's allowed to be online. It's at least looked to see if it's a duplicate video that's already been posted on YouTube. Now if you're live streaming, there's not much they can do with that, and in all honesty, you can only do a limited evaluation of a video, and you have to heavily rely on people flagging it if it really is offensive material. Of course, I guess I should be happy YouTube doesn't have some quality standards, because whatever YouTube's idea of quality standards would be ridiculous and like randomly enforced. So I'm glad, I guess, they're not curating their content, or otherwise my channel probably would be one of the ones that got deleted. Let's see. Okay. play this and kill this, or this. Okay. See, now I should have, had I played this first, this would have been 1 mana. Which that may have proven to be useful. Instead of holding on to this coin for no reason. See, the best way I guess to pull this off would be to play this and have not drawn this or this or this, and have already collected the copies. Okay.
My hand is too full.
Aw, seriously? Go ahead and do this first. We have a game on Steam called Echoes in White, which seems like it's a casual walking simulator in VR. Like it probably is just a bunch of asset flips. Like, they look fancy, certainly, but that doesn't really mean much. I guess it really will just come down to the price. We have to pay, like, you have to agree to a third-party EULA, which is weird. And it's 10% off for $7.19. No part of this seems like it actually is a game, though. Let's see. Let's see. With magic, electronic, and world ethno music. Yep, it's nothing. Basically, it's all it is. It's nothing.
I wonder.
This. And if I play this now, I suspect he kills me. He kills it. Like, I don't think I can survive this. Like, I have the full strategy of a one-turn kill here, and I still can't pull it off. Like, I really can't. I just gotta hope this works. Do this. That didn't kill anything. Good. Do this. That didn't do anything. Okay. Do this. Do this. 2 damage and freeze everything. Let's see. Might as well play a secret too. Let's start by doing this. Alright.
An incredible discovery.
So
Time runs out on me.
my only hope is if he doesn't have a spell he can play and he doesn't kill any of these, I could play this next turn and maybe get a 1-turn kill. But no, he has a hero replacement that will do 2 damage to everything and just ruin it. Yeah. That sucks. And see, I'm paying attention to this game and I'm still losing. This mage deck is not good. Moving on, we have a game called Hands, H-A-N-Z. Fight with crowds of enemies, repeal attacks. Looks like it says it's a massive multiplayer game. It looks like it's a top-down twin-stick shooter. That's not very good. I would say this is probably an asset flip just for how drastic this scene and all the elements in this screenshot look compared to this. That's pretty wide difference in animation theme and style. Let's see, it's an English and Russian game, which that's a red flag. It's 10% off for $4.49. Yep, I don't see anything here that makes me want to play Hands. And there was a game called Hands Puppet Guns they also made. Nope, that one's not making it to the wish list.
Time runs out on me.
Well, let's see, let's do this, I guess. And then do this. And then the turn and just lose. Maybe I should have played some more mage cards, since that's what I was supposed to be doing. Gamma Sutra has an article. Sega credits strong localizations for the jump in worldwide game sales. Quote, no matter if a game is popular in Japan, it is unlikely to win over fans around the world if the localization is insufficient. Which, okay, that's good, because some of Sega's properties, I'm thinking particularly like the Sonic cartoons, probably not localized that good. But I think generally the games themselves do get some decent localization. Of course, like Yakuza 6 was censored in its localization and slightly criticized for it. But not really. Most people didn't even know what happened. They took out a very small section of a man who was cross-dressing, and that I think was pretty much the majority of the part that they took out or slightly changed. I don't even think they took it out. And Sega isn't notorious about censorship, so it's not a big criticism to make, just a small one. I'm very happy to hear them say that they are going to focus and try to be good at localization. I'd like to see all companies be relatively good at localization. Nintendo is kind of bad at it sometimes. Let's see, this is weird because I guess I'm supposed to just wait until the 7th turn to play this before I start playing something like this and this to draw cards. Komatsu has an article. Super Dragon Ball Heroes World Mission has been announced for the Switch. This is a sort of weird looking game because Super Dragon Ball Heroes, the characters are animated different from what you would expect from a Dragon Ball series. Let's see, there's an update here. Let's see, not much of an update. The game features more than 1,160 cards from the Card-Ass game, C-A-R-D-A-S-S game, arcade games, Super Dragon Ball Heroes 1 to 8, as well as Super Dragon Ball Heroes Universe Mission 1 and 2, and approximately 350 characters are included. So it's a very different game. Apparently it's not even an actual fighter game. It's being described as a super card battle adventure game, which is definitely an indicator of just how popular Dragon Ball is. If anybody questioned that. Oh man, I could have used my Fire Blast. We have a game on Steam called TECK Boxing 3D. It looks awful. Extremely low effort game. Like, I'm really glad I got the web peak working, assuming it is working. Nobody's complaining on the chat if it isn't, just so I can show off some of these bad games. And they want $4.99 with no discount for this new game. Like, even if this game played perfectly, which in no way does it look like it does, it looks so bad. And of course, it's the first game from this developer. Let's see, we were trying to friend people, by the way. So I was gonna add some friend requests while we're sending things. Alright, if I play this and
I wonder.
I wouldn't be able to play this. Guess I can play this and do this. And that's about all I can do. Gamma Sutra has an article. Steam store pages now officially support animated GIFs. Valve has rolled out an update to Steam that allows devs to embed animated GIFs directly into the About section of the game store page. I guess that's the About section, not the screenshot section that is higher up. Let's see. The company lightly details the specific of the change in a short announcement on their website, noting specifically devs will no longer have to sneak animated images in the store pages by disguising GIF files as PNG files. Dropping a few animated GIFs into the body of a game's description can give devs a quick and flashy way to showcase their game looks or feel like on the fly, and Valve notes that the announcement that animated GIFs seem to resonate well with Steam users as well. There aren't any hard limitations to the number or size of GIFs that, by the looks of the announcement, there aren't any hard limitations to the number of size or size of GIFs that one store page can contain at once, though overuse does risk significantly slowing down the game's page. While there doesn't seem to be any strict restrictions, Valve says it may remove animated images from any page it comes across with a load size that exceeds 15 megabytes. And 15 megabytes for a web page is actually rather generous amount of space. Like, I've been playing, just for reference, I've been playing a game that will only let you really make progress if you watch ads. And I've set up an ad blocker on my own network. So I'm playing it on my phone. I have to disconnect from the Wi-Fi and connect to my cell phone's network. Now, my cell phone data plan is the cheapest one could humanly use. So it's only 1 gigabyte of data per month, which has never really been a problem because I'm almost 100% of the time connected to my home Wi-Fi. So in comparison, I'm watching these ads that are YouTube videos that are 30 seconds each. You get maybe 2 or 3 before you've gone through a gigabyte of data. It's ridiculously a large amount of data to watch even a minute of YouTube videos content. Okay. Now I've gotta hope this works. I needed to freeze them. I needed to have played this. Oops. I screwed that up. Screwed that up completely.
I must consider.
Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. Agony Lookalike Unholy gets a release window of late 2019. As for this game Unholy, I'm seeing a screenshot of somebody with a demonic metal mask, demonic looking metal mask. I'm seeing a screenshot of a dark wooded like area, dark woods like area. Let's see, what else am I seeing? Okay, here's a teaser video. A cradle rocking back and forth, and reality going from the real world into a demonic, like not H.R. Giger style world. I'd say it's more of a Lovecraftian style of worlds. People being burnt and people getting combined and merged into
Someday I'll be just like you.
let's see, into plants.
Someday I'll be just like you.
Very much like Agony, this game Unholy looks interesting, but very much like Agony, that's questionable. Like, that doesn't mean much.
Time runs out on me.
I'm gonna go ahead and kill this. Freeze this. Need to draw more cards next turn.
Move quickly.
Let's see. The Steam page reads, engaging first-person horror. Explore a rich story behind the last city and Siada's desperate quest to save herself and her child. So I guess you're playing as a female this time. Immerse yourself in an ultimately dark environment never seen before. Multiple ways to approach challenges through stealth or through exploiting the city's social order. Take good care about your physical and mental health. Fight the encroaching madness or deal the consequences of going insane. Unholy was meant to be released in 2019. In 2020, according to Playway's website. However, the Steam page lists an updated window of 2019. So TechRaptor really is referencing this as an Agony-like game. Although, to be fair, I mean, that might not be a fair comparison here at all. This may be its own game. There's a chance that this one's good. No guarantees certainly, but there's a chance.
An incredible discovery.
Oh man, I needed to freeze the enemies instead of kill them. Remember, there is also a game called Scorn that is also in development and has been quiet for a while. Which, there's no problem with the game developer being quiet. It's better that they be quiet and actually work on the game and instead of give a bunch of pointless updates. Alright, so we're now in a weird position. We got 2 of the Tavern of the daily quest done, and the other one is a challenge a friend, and we're just never going to be able to find somebody to challenge while we stream, so let's just move over to the Asian account. Let's see, Asian account, select and play. Gamma Sutra has an article. China's Hawaii, that's Huawei, I mispronounced that, I'm pretty sure, thinks it can capture the Switch marketplace with a $1,000 phone, which, to be fair, like, most phones are $1,000 or $700 at least. Of course, usually the ones that are that expensive also have some subsidiary where you're leasing it. I guess I'm gonna play Paladin class cards and do dungeon battles after I do the Tavern Brawl and the Arena Run. But when you compare it to the Switch, which is only like $300, that's no comparison in price at all. It's like the Switch is way cheaper. Of course, this is probably a video game console for the China market because Nintendo's are limited or not allowed at all to be sold in China. Of course, right now China is not approving any video games at all to be sold, so why would they approve of a new console? So there's a lot of problems here with this idea. This cell phone does not really look like a Switch too much. It has an analog stick and a D-pad on one side that seems like it's an attachment to the phone, where the Switch has 4 buttons in the shape of a D-pad and an analog stick on both sides, so you're talking at least double the amount of inputs. I think the Switches also have motion control and a left and right bump. So yeah, there's a lot of instances with like this where people make devices that they, I don't know if they think will be successful or they just make them for really no reason. Like, it could really just boil down to the fact that this phone may have been in development years before the Switch was announced, and it just took forever for it to come to market. Let's see, destroy a minion. Restore its health to your hero. What does this do? Give a friendly minion +1/+1 in life still. That was stupid.
Gotcha!
That was a bad move on my part. I should have thought things through a lot better. We have a game on Steam called Duke of Defense. Looks like it's an early access strategy game, but also it looks like it's not that great graphics. Looks like it's a tower defense game. Yeah, it's a tower defense game. And if there's one thing Steam does not need is another tower defense game. Early access for no reason, 20% off for $7.99 for no reason. Yep, that is not good. Let's see what else. What else have they developed? Draw a Stickman Epic. That's pretty much it. So yeah, that game's not making it to the wish list. We only have a few more games, but every time I say that, it turns out to be a little bit more than I would have thought.
Job done.
Let's see, whenever this minion takes damage, deal 1 damage to all random minions. Okay, we have a game on Steam called Rascals. I've noticed I've started pausing more as I'm focusing on the game. I don't like it, but maybe that's just something I'm gonna have to live with. Looks like this is a VR sort of asset flip game, some kind of board game in VR where you can do some random things. It seems like it's a toy playing simulation, physics simulation, not a thought out idea. Let's see, how much do they want for this? 20% off for $7.99. And yeah, no, I don't think so. This one is from a developer who really hasn't made anything else that looks interesting either. Credibility is not as much of a thing on Steam as I would like it to be. So many developers haven't made any games before, and so many of them have made bad games and still can make a few bucks by making yet another bad game. Next game we have on Steam is called the Finnish Virtual Art Gallery, which one would assume this is a VR experience of a Finnish art gallery. Although to me it seems like this is possibly just stolen art and this is not licensed at all. Like, you wouldn't have such a crazy skybox, and in that image you're not really seeing a lot of pictures here. This is not a giant museum. This is a collection of what seems to be barely a small handful of pictures. How much do they want for this? 15% off for $4.24. Yeah, I would definitely have to question whether these art pieces have been licensed or not. Let's come back here and play some Hearthstone.
Job done.
Let's see. Gamatsu has an article. Crueler Sigma for the Switch launches November 1st in Japan. Crueler is spelled C-R-O-I-X-L-E-U-R. Sigma, S-I-G-M-A. Let's see what kind of... It's an eShop game. And it's a hack and slash game of some sort. There's no... There's no video, but for the Switch version, but there is a Steam page for the Steam version, which is mostly positive. So let's see what this is. It looks pretty fast-paced for a hack and slash game. They're selling it as 60 frames per second. That's nice. It's like a Warriors game, except for with an anime aesthetic. Let's see, is this tagged with any nudity or sexual content? I don't think so. So I think we're safe to click through some of these screenshots. It seems like you're just on this platform and you have different attacks. So this might be a game where I'd only play it for like 30 minutes, but that being said, I think I still want to put it on the wish list. It feels like something I'd like to play for 30 minutes and experience. Not all games need to be 100% finished, although generally speaking, almost every game I do play is 100% finished, or at least the story is complete. Crueler Sigma is the Sigma symbol. It is $7.99. And when did this come out? 2014, so it's a kind of hidden gem. Let's see. We have a game on Steam called Far Playing Relic, which looks like it's a early access action RPG, but it actually looks polished. I will say this UI looks a little questionable, and this looks like it's from a cell phone option, but this looks a little polished, and this looks okay. I kind of am questioning if it's in English. It's English and simplified Chinese, so this might be a Chinese bad game, or it might be a Chinese good game. I think it deserves a little bit more investigation. It's 15% off for $8.49, so I'll put this on the wish list and we'll see if people review it. First game on Steam by this developer. As I was saying earlier, Steam, the Chinese government is not approving any games for sale in China, so a lot of these Chinese developers, both good and bad, have all of a sudden had to put their games available worldwide, where previously they were not really interested in that. And in a weird way, this kind of has almost nothing to do with like the China trade war with the United States or any other thing. It's really China in general just cracking down on video games, claiming because they're trying to fight myopia, which is just like eye problems in kids, and it's questionable whether that is a believable the believable reason for it, really. And so, because China has not allowed the market to exist in China, the market now will go to other places, and I guess technically if you're in China and you're VPNing outwards to buy a game on Steam, then you might be in violation of some law. But I wouldn't particularly worry too much about it. As somebody who isn't Chinese, if I was Chinese, I might worry more about it. Let's do this. Let's see.
Big, sharp, pointy teeth.
This is not an article about a video game. This is an article about a real-world tabletop game, so I don't have to read that. Let's see. Plus 30. We have a game on Steam called Lantern of Worlds, The First Quest. Looks like it's an RPG indie adventure. Looks like it's kind of an older looking game. As you can see, there's black bars on the sides and it's square for no reason. Maybe you would think maybe this was a cell phone game, but then everything is way too small to ever been a cell phone game. And everything is just too small to be a good game in general. Like, this old aesthetic of a fantasy world, a Tolkien-esque fantasy world, I'm not sure if it's super popular. I'm not sure if this is a good animation style either, or if this is very possibly could be just traced. Like, this looks like a familiar squid or octopus, so that could just be 100% traced. Same for a lot of these scenes. Yeah, it's just nothing here. Nothing there that looks interesting enough. 10% off for $3.59. Maybe if this game was 60 cents and it hadn't been called The First Quest, because the idea of it being The First Quest is that you're going to try and sell this in some kind of episodic development process that I don't want to be a part of. Like, if there's one thing Telltale's failure has taught me, is I do not want to experience any more episodic games. And interestingly, this developer also has a game called Lantern of Worlds, not the first quest, and there's more DLC, and these all seem like they came out a year ago to no interest at all. Like, nobody's reviewed any of these games, so more evidence to that this game is not going to be this is going to be one of those games that just is never going to have enough reviews to justify being relevant enough to being covered. Alright, well, I can't show this next game. I think it's an RPG Maker game tagged with sexual content and nudity called Blood and Bikinis, and it is not widescreen. It is literally, I'm looking at three girls and one guy in bikinis as the fighting characters as you walk around this RPG Maker area. The characters, they get like blood on them. I guess when they touch, get damage. It seems like there's a lot of blood everywhere in the overworld. I mean, if they really are taking the entire concept of the skimpy, high fashion JRPG girls and just saying, hey, if we were to do this in a Western way, we just put all the characters in bikinis and not do the high fashion element of it. Yeah. There actually really isn't anything offensive in the too offensive in the trailer, but I still won't bother to show it because clearly this is a pandering game at best. It's 20% off for $7.99, and it's being made by a developer who made a game called Badass, which looks like it's a mixed review, 51% positive of 27 reviews game that came out in 2017. That is another RPG Maker with nudity and sexual content elements. In all honesty, it just does not make any sense why you would mix RPG Maker and nudity. Like, they are very drastically different games, or drastic concepts. When you get down to it, it's just a time thing too. It's like, what is the average duration of something on Pornhub? Probably, I would say less than 11 minutes. Probably maybe even a lot less than 11 minutes. What's the average duration of time you would play an RPG? Probably at least 3 hours, if not 200 hours. So you've got the two just completely different time ranges in there. Even the Leisure Suit Larry series ran into that same issue. It's just like this Leisure Suit Larry as a game, if it really was a game designed to titillate, which it actually isn't, would be a horrible game because it takes forever. And you really don't ever see anything in the Leisure Suit Larry games anyways. But being a point-and-click adventure game, it certainly didn't speed anything else in that aspect. Moving on, we have a game called Unleashed on Steam. Let's see. It looks like this probably isn't an RPG Maker game. It's just a RPG game, an old school looking RPG game. Maybe there's a little bit of polish here, but anytime I see these overworlds that are just tile sets and boring looking, I'm pretty much anti-sold on your product. I mean, this really does have a lot of polish on this game, more than most, and I still don't want to play it. It's an English and French game. That's interesting. It's 15% off for $10.19, and it's the only game from this developer. That's still a better deal, certainly, than most RPG games, and I still don't want to play it. Let's see. This one's a little weird because I've since learned that the dad dating simulator Dream Daddy game is actually made by the Gamer Grumps, so it opens a weird door to a YouTuber potentially either having a slightly different bias against a game made by another YouTuber. There is a question certainly about maybe I should just not play games that involve other YouTubers at all. Generally speaking, you can get away with that because most of the games that do involve other YouTubers are bad. Dream Daddy is weird because it was 100% the concept and designed, it seems, by the YouTuber, and not a game that just hired a YouTuber as a voice actor. But putting all that to the side, this is news, and so I do want to report on it as news. Komatsu has an article, Dream Daddy, Dad Director's Cut, coming to the PS4 on October 30th. So, the Dad Director's Cut, as in Director's Cut, pun, features content cut from the original PC release, new side quests, and the ability to replay minigames discovered throughout the game, and a completely new minigame. Let's see. You will get the Dad Director's Cut via a free update on PC day and date with the PlayStation 4 release. Game Grumps has confirmed. I'm still not 100% certain that I would, like, I don't know if I'd ever even really have time or a good reason to play Dream Daddy. I do want to play it at some time. It looks like it would be fun to play for at least 30 minutes for a joke at the very least. I mean, it basically is a joke game. It's also kind of weird that Abby Hepburn from Giant Bomb, this company owned by CBS Interactive, was so obsessed about this game, and so many other mainstream video game media people were so obsessed with this game made by a YouTuber. I wonder if they were... But then again, I guess Game Grumps probably is more of a closer to a mainstream YouTube content creator than they are a small independent YouTuber, so they probably were friendly with each other. But potential cronyism could have certainly happened there, and that's why this game. But when you get away from potential cronyism, I'm looking at the Steam chart, it's 80% positive of 25 user reviews in the last 30 days, and it's 88% positive of 2,638 reviews over its lifetime. So Dream Daddy, a dad dating simulator that came out July 20th, 2017, is still very much a pretty well liked product. What does this one do? Deal 2 damage to a minion. If it survives, it gets poisoned. Can I do this? Let's see. This, and then this. Next game we have on Steam is called Wonder Wickets, which seems like it's some sort of mini golf game. Although it's a top-down, seems like way more action-based game. Like, yeah, I really have no idea what this is. Seems kind of crazy. This doesn't look like an asset flip. It just looks like something that's hard to parse, hard to understand. Like watching every bit of this thing, it seems like you create these places, and I wonder how much of the game you have to create yourself. So this is a weird game because it comes down to, do I want to put this in my wish list and see if maybe people can review it and tell me what kind of game it is later, or should I just reject it outright because it's just incomprehensible. It's literally, I can't comprehend it. Wonder Wicked says 25% off for $14.99. Let's see if there are any reviews. There's about 4 positive reviews on it. I think at such an incredibly high price, I'm gonna have to reject it. This developer hasn't made anything else. This publisher published a game called Skeleton Boomerang. They got 16 reviews. And Aliens Go Home, which got 29 reviews. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna not wishlist that game, but just for as weird as it is. Like, I'm all for a weird game, but you gotta explain your weirdness. You gotta make me understand what I'm actually gonna be doing. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article. Omen of Sorrow Physical Edition has been delayed to November 20th in North America. I don't recall ever hearing about a game called Omen of Sorrow coming out in North America. It was supposed to come out November 6th. It's probably a Japanese game. Let's see. You battle with 12 iconic characters and strategize 250 special moves. So it looks like it might be a fighting game. Yeah. Okay. And it looks like it's coming out for the PS4. And that's it. So that might explain why it's only tagged with PS4, so I'm assuming that that's the issue. There we go. I said a long time ago I had only a couple more games to talk about, but I guess I was slightly wrong about that. I need to be better at estimating how many is a little. Next game we have on Steam is the Jackbox Party Pack 5, which is already 91% positive with 12 user reviews. People like Jackbox. I was gifted one of the Jackbox Party Packs. Unfortunately, most of these games require you to play with multiple players, and I've just never really had enough people on a stream where it made sense to say, hey, let's stop playing Hearthstone and let's play the Jackbox Party Pack and play with me so I can make a spotlight video on it and talk to the audience while not talking to the people I'm playing with and criticize the game, because that certainly is going to be a weird experience too. I'd love to own all the Jackbox Party Pack games, but it's really out of mostly a desire to support the Jackbox Games company. Now, if you are a more sociable person and you do have people come over and play party games, Jackbox Party Pack is probably great for you. I did briefly consider in November, as I was doing the never gonna play it or never gonna finish it November concept, I did briefly think about doing some of the old You Don't Know Jack games and just saying, look, I'm never gonna finish this game, I'm never gonna play it, but I don't know, I might actually come back and try and play them later on. So I wasn't willing to commit to that, whereas most of the games that I did cover, I was totally willing to commit to saying, yeah, I'm never gonna play this. No way. Not in a million years. Okay. So this would be 9. And this would... Oh, I lose it twice though. Well, that sucked.
Job's done.
Next we have a game on Steam called Flank That Tank, which is MS Paint graphics. Immediately I realized that I don't want to play this game, and it's $5.99. Again, an extremely low effort game. What I think Steam often calls a troll game, but is very possibly, it's the wrong term, like, frankly, because troll just means something different in people's minds. Like, whereas very low effort games might be insulting also for a different reason. I think it's more descriptive.
Let's stash that away.
Let's see, this one is weird. We have RimWorld available on Steam. Oh, how can this game be available and coming out October 17th? I guess it was early access up until this point, and now it's at a full release. It's overwhelmingly positive, although frankly I'm not sure I'd ever want to play this. This is one of those games where I'm gonna have to just bow to popularity and say, you know what, this needs to go on the wish list. I need to consider playing this, even though it's probably not a game for me. So yeah, this one's gotta go on the wish list. Give a friendly minion poison.
Calm down, I'm a doctor.
Oh, that was a combo. Okay.
Job's done.
You're so sweet.
Alright, this is a TechRaptor article talking about a game that is not available yet, so I don't need to talk about this article. Let's see. Let's go ahead and play this. And kill these people. Like, I need to make sure this guy doesn't die, so I need to do something, and I screwed up.
Everyone panic!
There we go. Gematsu has an article. Hitman 2 elusive target has been portrayed by Sean Bean in the announcer. He's portraying, at least in the ad, a former MI5 agent turned freelance assassin, Mark Faba, F-A-B-A. So, Hitman 2 seems to be doing as well as Hitman 1. It kind of gets a little weird about whether you really need to buy Hitman 1 or what buying Hitman 1 would really feel like or entail. to play that game. It probably would be fine. Would be my guess, but there are some definite questions there. Alright, this, and this. I could have killed that. I think I really can't do anything here. We have a game on Steam called Immortal Darkness Curse of the Pale King. It's just tagged as an RPG. You have a slightly better polish here on the interfaces. Seems like it's a hack and slash top down game with a little bit of puzzling and platforming, and I'm not sure if this really is a great game or if they're just showing the parts that are really good and there aren't that much in between. You can see that down here you've got an interface that indicates special abilities or items. Games like this where you have a whole skill bar are probably a little too much for me. Suffering a little bit from dark screenshot syndrome. How much do they want for this game? $19.99. I think this game deserves a little bit more investigation. First game from this developer, so I'll put this on the wish list and we'll just see if anybody plays it and if anybody likes it. Over here somebody gave up, and because they gave up I won, which is good. Let's see, what else are we trying to do? We're gonna need to play Paladin cards or defeat 3 dungeon run bosses after the arena run, which we're already an hour in, so we need to hop into the arena run very fast. I imagine all of those cards were in duplicates. Let's see, 150, yeah. I have 11 cards that need to be dusted. I don't know why that is the case. I think bugs are happening, if I was to guess. Disenchant that. I only have 740 dust here, which, if a new expansion comes out, yeah, that will be a slight issue of concern. Let's see, we've got a golden and a regular. So if there's a golden and a regular and I'm on my Asian account, I guess I just keep them, even though that's extra. I'm probably gonna have to make some new decisions pretty quickly on that too. Some good cards, but I'm pretty sure I had a lot of those good cards. And then clearly still some bugginess about just marking things off as being seen. Like, we just looked at all of these and the right clicking sort of helps, it sort of doesn't. Yeah. Like, it took 4 different times to go through the list to just mark them off as red this time, and by the time tomorrow happens, they could all be marked as new again. Alright, what else do we need to do? Paladin class cards while doing the arena run is our hope. Arena entry for free. Okay. We want to play as a paladin. Let's see, Gina.
Will prevail.
She's dressed up as a witch. And
You're stronger than I.
he is dressed up as Frankenstein. So
Magic will prevail.
which do I want? I guess I'll take
Magic will
Mage
prevail.
and Paladin, yes. And we want to play a bunch of Paladin cards. I think that's what I wanted to do. This one, I'm gonna only have like really high level spells now. Let's see. This one. And let's see. This one. And this one. If I take this, I probably won't get any more Murlocs. So I'll take this one. Let's see. Take this one. Probably could take this and be fine. Take this. I only wanted really high level spells, but I also want to play paladin cards. So now I'm in this weird position. Mech. Take that. Give a minion +2/+2 and taunt. 6. And this. And this. And that one. Take that. Take that. Take that again. Take that one. All over the board again. This is ridiculous. Take that. Oh, I guess take this one. See, I'm looking just for really good magic spells, and I don't have any. It's not offering any to me. This is a weapon, not a spell. But I'll take it anyways. Take this. Take this, I guess. Take this, I guess. Yeah, so my whole strategy failed immediately in just building the deck. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Here's an article that's just talking about a game that's not out yet, so we don't need to talk about that article.
You asked for
TechRaptor has an article. Overwatch's Pink Mercy skin funded 3 critical programs. The Pink Mercy charity skin in Overwatch has funded 3 critical programs via the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, according to a tweet from the official's Twitter. So let's see. This is kind of weird. The Breast Cancer Research Foundation features a 3-star rating on Charity Navigator, so that's questionable. It's like how out of how many stars? Out of 4 stars. Okay, that's good to know. And an A+ rating on Charity Watch. Let's see. The 3 programs that apparently the money went to, one was the Precision Prevention Initiative, which is a series of programs aimed at stopping breast cancer before it becomes a problem in the first place. A think tank of researchers specializing in breast cancer will convene to design a request for proposals, a framework to solicit grant applications from researchers who can meet strict criteria. So the money went to a think tank to waste the money in basically doing basically nothing. Okay, this is why you always have to investigate where the money is really going, is because, yeah, that's not going to... The process is set to end March 2019, and awards for research funding will be distributed in the following 3 years. So, at best, it's money going to researchers. Not even, I think, particularly guaranteed to... I guess they're looking for ways to prevent breast cancer from happening, which is probably a close to impossible thing. The next one is the Translational Breast Cancer Research Consortium Award, which is a mechanism that will contribute to launching 5 new clinical trials this year. As anyone who's dealt with a tough disease knows, clinical trials have a potential for promising results. Unfortunately, they're also pretty expensive to conduct, and that's where the award comes in. A consortium of 19 medical institutions and almost 200 investigators will be conducting these trials under a multidisciplinary approach towards testing new therapeutic strategies. So, therapeutic strategies, maybe I'm misunderstanding that word, but that doesn't sound like it's actually attempts to cure breast cancer as much as to alleviate it, but maybe I'm misunderstanding the word. Finally, the last program is the BCRF annual research grants into this. A total of 25 grants have been funded by Overwatch fans. These Blizzard Entertainment Awards will be distributed to 29 researchers across 10 US states and 8 countries on 6 different continents. So, yeah. Let's see. So, you bought the Pink Mercy skin on Overwatch, theoretically. And then Activision Blizzard got a tax write-off because of it, and that and all the money that you got for buying that skin basically went to research grants, which is up to you whether you think the research is valid or not, or whether it has a chance of finding something or not. Personally, I would have liked, if I was really concerned about breast cancer, I would have liked to find some individuals that actually had breast cancer and needed help funding or in some other ways getting treatment. Like, people actually have breast cancer now, not researchers whose research may find nothing, because almost every research paper ends with the phrase "more research is needed," basically. I don't know if this is going to lead to any new drugs or solutions. I don't think that there will be a cancer vaccine in my lifetime for any kind of cancer. If there is, that'd be great, but it's not likely. And honestly, to be a little cruel, it's kind of it would be a problem if people stopped having cancer, because there's already too many people on the planet. If people lived longer, the resources would be even more limited. Generally speaking, though, I just prefer a more local approach, a more hands-on approach if I'm going to give to charity. If you wanted to donate to this the charity BCRF, you could have gone to their website and gotten a tax deductible donation instead of buying the skin, which is not tax deductible by the end user.
I see you all.
But moving on, that's just stuff to keep in mind. Game Sutra has an article, GTA 5 cheaters' assets frozen following a Australian court ruling. I'm trying to... this is seizure orders against players believed to have been connected to the cheating software known as Infamous. The Infamous cheat allowed players to access restricted features in GTA 5, including manipulating the game's environment and virtual currency for their own benefit and generating virtual currency for themselves and other players. See if they actually name whose assets are frozen. Yeah, there's several names here, but none of them look like they're YouTubers or celebrities in any way, so I kind of don't feel a need to mention their names.
Your soul shall be mine.
So that's
You
a
asked for it.
interesting continuation of Rockstar Games and other video game companies suing and getting judgments against people who are cheaters. Cheating apparently has become a lot less acceptable than it used to be in the old days, when it was just plug in this game genie and you affect your own experience, you don't affect anybody else. Inherently, I guess where all the cheating comes down to, though, is microtransactions. Every company that sues somebody for cheating is also a game that is also a company that is selling microtransactions like crazy. So one would not have to fight against the cheater so much if your game was not overridden with terrible monetization elements. And in all honesty, if I was going to cheat on any game, it would be a game with microtransactions, something that was designed to be unfair and boring and grindy and designed to push you into purchasing XP boost. Assassin's Creed Odyssey being a great example of that. It's like, it doesn't sound like it's a great game unless you buy that XP boost, from what I'm hearing. So it really comes down to the thought, maybe people should just make good games and get the microtransactions out of them, and then nobody will want to cheat. I really don't run into instances of single player games without microtransactions that I need to cheat on or want to cheat on. And even if they were difficult enough that I needed to cheat on them, most of them have some kind of built-in system that the developer has added, whether it's just selecting an easier difficulty mode or doing something else different.
I don't have enough mana.
The light dims, but we fight.
Attack that. Today was probably one of the worst days to have to do all this extra work, burning out my voice even more. Okay, next game we have on Steam is called Majesty Mundi Beta. It says it's a massive multiplayer. Looks like to me it's probably a low polygon asset flip game, where you're playing as what looks like wizards and witches on just asset flipped environments. Yeah, there's really nothing here. There's literally nothing here that would make you want to play this. This must be some kind of Spanish-speaking developer, because you notice it's English, Portuguese, Brazil, Spanish, Spain, Portuguese, Brazil, Portuguese again, French, and simplified Chinese. Early access, 10% off for $6.29. No way that I would pay even 60 cents for a game like that. Let's see. what do I want to do?
To battle!
Just keep attacking, I guess. And
reporting for duty.
I don't know what I'm really supposed to be doing.
Time runs out on me.
Let's see, we have a game on Steam called Yomatsu. It looks like it's probably some less than the best animation style. It says it's RPG, nudity, adventure strategy, or free to play. Well, if it's nudity, I need to look at it, so come back over here on this screen. And what is it? It's an RPG Maker game. Looks like it's probably the newer version of RPG Maker, but that really doesn't change much. Yeah, low effort game. Let's see, 15% off for $1.69. At least they know this isn't worth a lot of money. It's from a developer who's made 2 other games that haven't been reviewed at all. Gotten any reviews? Let's see, draw 3 cards, discard any spells drawn.
To battle!
Let's see, next game we have on Steam is called Translation, which looks like it's an asteroids game with just a lot of flashiness and ADD flashing, like potential seizure alert flying around. I really hate games like this that I think people actually think this is appealing, to have a screen that is just full of bright lights and neon colors, and like, no, you're really missing the point there. Let's see, early access, 15% off for $12.74. Really just joking. Let's see, deal 1 damage to all other characters.
Job's done.
Let's see how this works. Next game we have on the Steam is called Zoological Era, which seems to be a badly made RPG of anthropomorphic animals. Like, as much as I hate people that use RPG Maker, looking at this, I think the person should have used RPG Maker. This is kind of ridiculous. And in a weird way, the anthropomorphic characters, they don't look terribly drawn. But clearly, as far as making a video game out of it, you're lacking in experience and skill. It's 99 cents this game is. Let's see what else. Nope, this developer hasn't made anything else either. Alright, so this one's gonna do 1 damage to everybody. So if I do, let's see, if I do this,
Access denied.
if I do this, if I do this,
Reporting for duty.
if I do that,
Runs out on me.
The Australian Classification Board has a Final Fantasy 15 multiplayer Comrades as a single player being listed, which is bringing about some speculation that possibly the Final Fantasy 15 multiplayer will be broken out and sold as a separate game. Final Fantasy 15 is, from all I can get, not a good game. Hey, we got a victory. So, yeah. I don't think Final Fantasy 15 is the Final Fantasy I would play. And probably by the time I get around to playing a Final Fantasy game, 16 will be out. Gamasutra has an article. The Chinese firm GAEA picks up a 20% stake in Dead by Daylight developer Behavior.
versus Anduin.
Let's see.
Shall bring victory.
You asked for it.
The problem here is that Dead by Daylight was kind of a failure, and that developer is probably on the cusp of running out of money, and that's why they sold 1/5 of their company there. The Behaviors also developed the game Fallout Shelter, which I think Activision Bethesda, not Activision Bethesda, but ZeniMax Bethesda have confirmed that they really probably wouldn't hire a third party to make another game, and probably including a Fallout Shelter 2. They made a game called Westworld, which I assume is a tie-in to the HBO movie. They made the Assassin's Creed Rebellion game, which I don't think is reviewed that well. And they were in development for a Game of Thrones game through an existing partnership with GAEA. So they ran out of money. They can't finish the Game of Thrones game. They sold 20% of their company to finish the game. And it's probably slightly unfair to say it's all Behavior's fault and Behavior's the bad guy in the story, because it often is the case that publishers will sign agreements with companies asking for way too much, knowing that they're going to fail, and then saying, okay, you can't do what you agreed to do, even though we knew you'd never be able to do what we were asking. So now give us some of your company, which then I imagine they will either use to do a hostile takeover or to just sell off the company and make some profit that way. Which, it's another bit of shadiness about owning stocks and corporations and businesses. And I generally think it's just this all shell game of shenanigans that shouldn't be allowed to be done. Well, I managed to end up one short there.
Reporting for duty.
We've got a game on Steam called Second, which says it's an early access strategy card game. There's far too many card games coming out. These cards, looking at them, don't look very good. The animation on top looks alright, but not great. This may not be a collectible card game as much as a deck building game. Either way, the animation seems a little low and does not really compete compared to something like Hearthstone or Artifact or the Lord of the Rings card game that's in development. This is an English-Korean game. Early access for 10% off for $14.39. So this again is a game to pass on. I kind of like the thumbnail, but the thumbnail seems to have very little connection to the actual game. Let's do this. I have one more tab. Gamasutra has a job, an article, Get a Job. Airship Syndicate is hiring a senior programmer. If you want to work in Austin, Texas, they are looking for an experienced gameplay programmer to build a cool new action game for PC and consoles. I don't think I've ever heard of Airship Syndicate, but I honestly guess that doesn't really matter much these days either, because you just have to do a little bit more research to decide, is this a brand new company, or is this a company that has a bunch of people who work for a bunch of other companies, since turnover is so high in the video game industry. Now I'm on the Humble Bundle. The Humble Discovery Pack is still here and still $10. Unfortunately right now the Legos are on sale too, so I'm gonna blow my budget for next year on Legos more than anything. Real world Legos, not the video games. But if somebody was to buy the Discovery Bundle and gift me War for the Overworld, Ruby, Phantom Brave PC, those are the 3 of the 6 games that I'm seeing that really interest me. That would be a great way to support me. You can send that through Twitter DMs, the Steam codes. And that is done now, so I can just kind of focus and finish this part of the game, and then I think we're done for the day. Let's see. Rainbow Studios, makers of MX vs ATV and Monster Jam game, followed me on Twitter. Okay, I don't think I've covered anything by Rainbow Studios, but okay, maybe I have. So let's see.
Must consider.
There's a new game we could talk about on Friday. There's a new game we can talk about on Friday. There's a new game. We started late today and still games are coming out. Let's see. Now that I'm just focusing on playing Hearthstone for the most part, this will work a little bit faster. Let's see if I heal this. I think that will work. Let's do this.
The red one tastes like cherries. Job's done.
So I'm scrolling down my Twitter feed and just seeing if there's anything new in the news to talk about. I doubt that there really is. A lot of horror games, but honestly, I think we've probably gotten too close to the Halloween point, where because of that it stops making so much sense to try and catch a random audience of people who might like or want to play just random. Alright, so do I want to do this and kill this guy, or do I want to do this first and do 3 more damage? I think I want to do this. There we go. Let's see, Valve publishes loot box odds for Dota 2. Chances of receiving a rare item from a bundle now disclosed in game with escalating odds calculated. It seems like the odds are not consistent, and so the longer you've been trying, the more likely you are to.
Our witch shall never end. Our witch shall never end. Our witch shall never end.
Shame I can't play more.
Ready.
Job's done.
Let's see. Gamer Sutra has an article. Rockstar debacle prompts devs to spotlight their crunch-free games. I think they're showing a picture of Devolver Digital's published game Minute. Oh, by the way, did I mention that even though YouTube never really fixed the fact that when I'm tweeting out video games on Twitter that they're not showing a thumbnail anymore? Somebody liked that too. Interesting. Even though they never really fixed it, they sent me a automated message saying, "Hey, would you like to review your experience?" And I'm like, "You haven't even fixed it yet. The only review I could give right now is you suck, YouTube, because you literally not fixed the problem. You just handed it off to somebody else, and that was the end of that." Meanwhile, on bigger stage for YouTube, if you're watching YouTube on desktop now, you have a mini player option where you can continue to browse at least YouTube, if not the rest of the internet, and still have a video playing in the corner, much like they added to YouTube, the YouTube app, where you can do picture over picture, picture in picture type features. I'm not sure that you really would use that system very often on a desktop, but maybe. Depends on if you have a cell phone or not. Because I would guess if you did have a cell phone, that changes your experience quite a bit.
Access denied.
I'm ready.
Let's do this. And I'm scrolling down my Twitter feed, and I think I've seen everything. 5 hours ago, Dead Space 2 Episode 13 aired on my channel. So I'm probably at a point where I'm gonna have to scroll down my Twitter feed to a point where it refreshes to see some new content, but it is also very possible that there is no new content. Twitter is so weird. So weird. I am thinking about, and I'd like some feedback on this, does a YouTuber really need Instagram? Like, because I probably couldn't form an Instagram feed. I don't know if there's really a reason to, though, as a YouTuber. I'm not sure how any of that would work. Let's just do this.
Job's done.
And see, I'm out of news now, so basically after this game, I'm really just playing Hearthstone to finish the arena run and hopefully get one more daily quest done. In fact, I probably will just fall to doing it off screen if here's an article I missed. Call of Duty Black Ops 4 premium currency hidden at launch. Interesting. Let's see, I've only played 4 Paladin cards, and that was the one thing I was hoping I would have accomplished. It's playing Paladin cards. Well, I guess we could cover the games that I just opened, and we don't really need to save them for Friday. And nobody's going to be watching on Friday anyways, is typically what happens.
Jaina versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild.
You asked for it.
Let's see, played that, and get rid of those two. At a certain point, it might just be more time efficient to just concede. but I'd like to try to take it as far as I can go. I'm not the typically I don't like to just give up without even trying. Got to focus on playing too. I'm streaming down Twitter and still scrolling down Twitter.
Pay attention, class.
It really needs like a Xbox, not like an Xbox console, but just a close this tweet or archive this tweet feature. Because my use of Twitter really is like a, I guess a, it's like a email inbox, and I'm trying to be at inbox 0 at all times. So if I could say, hey, I've already seen this thing, close it after I've scrolled over it, or so I don't see it again. Of course, that would eventually end up with entire feeds that are just empty.
Converting stored energy. Reporting for duty.
Let's do this. And this. Yeah, I'm at the bottom. So I've gone through my entire Twitter feed, so let's just cover these games while we're playing. We have a game on Steam called Bliss Maze, which looks like it's a Chinese MMO of some sort. Or could be just any kind of low effort game. Let's see, yeah. English, Japanese, simplified Chinese. Half of these screenshots are not wanting to load. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It definitely does not look good. How much do they want for it? 15% off for $5.09. Yep, no thank you. Let's do this.
I'm drop dead cold.
This.
Reporting for duty.
And that. We have a game on Steam called Tap Sonic Bold, which is what? It seems like it's probably some kind of music game. Possibly a port of a cell phone game, considering it has tap in the name. Well, I would never play a music game. Let's see. Early access, $19.99. Can I illuminate it anymore and see if this developer has made anything else? Well, they made Tap Sonic World Championship VR. Yep, but I am not interested in Tap Sonic Bold. It does occur to me that while I'm looking at games on Steam, people are not really able to see what's going on Hearthstone. But haven't gotten any feedback to say we really hate that. Theoretically, yes, you could still be watching in the bottom section, but that's not going to show a lot of detail. Maybe the whole web peak idea is dumb, and maybe I should just go back to talking and reading the name of the games and everything out loud. Also, the web peak changes the experience for people who just want to mute me and watch me play Hearthstone. But honestly, that was never an audience that I was going to satisfy. Anyways, if you're not here to listen to me talk, then you're really not consuming my content that much, are you? Let's see. We have a game on Steam called Wenjia, W-E-N-J-I-A. It says it's a great soundtrack. It looks like it's probably a Chinese game, but it might be good. Like, this seems to have some polish to it. Seems to be a platformer where you're playing as a cat, you're running, double jumping. I've seen a lot worse platforming games like that.
What to do?
Let's see, how much is it? 10% off for $8.09. I think this game deserves a little bit more investigation, so I'll put this one on the wish list. To come over here and play.
Dark one snaps all. For not a time.
We have a game on Steam called The Ninth Gate, which says it's a gore action adventure horror game. Looks like it might be a top-down game. No, it's not a top-down game. It's just a horror wandering around and investigating things with a flashlight. Suffering from dark screenshot syndrome. I might be able to argue that there might be slightly more polish in this than your standard horror experience until I saw this doll. That seems pretty bad looking. Like, honestly, I don't think I could play these horror games even if they were good, but this doll is part of the problem. Like, this doll shows up all over the place, and that's supposed to be your main horror character, and it's just not animated well. So yeah, this is a English simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, 15% off for $5. It's just not good enough quality. Only game from this developer. So over here I lost. No surprise there. We have done three we've done 3 tavern brawls for this event, and in one of them we got 1 victory. So we are running a 9-to-1 loss ratio. That's pretty pathetic and pretty typical for a tavern brawl experience, particularly for me, who hasn't done a tavern brawl game in a very long time. Let's see. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's open these card packs. There we go. So these probably all are going to be cards that get dusted. Let's see. 4 out of 5. One of them is new. This was the new card in Epic. Okay. Not too bad. And we are here at this point where I need to play Paladin cards or get dungeon boss runs done off screen. Maybe I'll just do dungeon boss runs and save this for Friday. Also, I need to challenge a friend on the European account. Over here on Steam, there's a game called Kingdom Rush Origins, which is a tower defense game, so I'm not going to put it on the wish list for $14.99. So let's close that one. And I think that probably leaves me in a good position because there are no more games to look at. There's just a couple stories that we might cover on Friday. Okay, so that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.